Okay. Welcome, everyone. I call to order this meeting of the Finance Committee for Tuesday, November 26, 2024. Sally and I had opportunity to go to the Yethka Nakota Language Conference over the last couple of days. Well, Sally was there for a couple of days. I was there on Sunday. We were both there for 8 hours on Sunday. Took in the pipe ceremony, and then there was the dinner. It's a gathering of 500 Nakota indigenous nations as far east, I think, from Manitoba they came. There were some from northern United States, Saskatchewan, north of Edmonton. And they were gathering because of the importance of language and the importance of retaining language. Language is obviously essential to culture. It's history. It's connecting past, present, and future. And there's a real threat, largely brought on from residential schools, but also through assimilation of cultures, for that language to be lost. And so it was really, really powerful to hear, although I couldn't understand some of it, of course, because I'm not bilingual. It was really powerful to hear people speaking, and very emotionally so, about how language connected them to the culture and to the land. I had the opportunity during one of the presentations for Thomas Snow, who was one of the MCs, to come and simultaneously translate for me as one of the chiefs were speaking. There was about 6 chiefs there. And he just was whispering in my ear as this speech was going. And what really struck me was to hear that person speak in English versus having it translate what they're saying in Nakota. The cadence totally changes. The context totally changes. And it was so rich. And so I really was wishing I had a little earbud with simultaneous translation going for the whole thing. It would have been absolutely incredibly powerful. So I really appreciate that, and I really support their efforts. I did bring remarks on behalf of the town of Canmore, and certainly offered words of encouragement and support, and for us to let us know how we can help, if at all. And so in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we're gathered in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we're located within the Rocky View Métis District within the Battle River Territory. Moving to the agenda. Any changes? No. All right, so then I will move that we approve the agenda for November 26, 2024 Finance Committee meeting as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now looking to the minutes. I forwarded a couple of changes to the minutes that you might have seen. One was just in the marking Councillor Ma as president, except for the first 10 minutes. And then secondly, just changing a word in item D1 from author to auditor. Are there any other errors or omissions? Councillor Faubert.
There are 3 councils that should be finance committees.
Oh, good catch there. Okay, so yes. So that's in AC and F. Yeah, so in AC and F, the ones that would have typically been cut and paste from other minutes. So good catch. That will be amended. Any other errors or omissions? Okay, seeing none, I will move approval of the minutes of the November 21st, 2024 Finance meeting as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're on to item D1, which is a high-level overview of the town budget and the pressures of growth. Ms. Gibbons, over to you.
Perfect, thank you. Oh, yeah, I do. Go. So with today's presentations, we are moving on from the high-level, primarily external circumstances and factors that we discussed at the previous meeting to discussing more specifics of the town budget to help transition then into the operating discussion next week and to provide a summary of what you can expect to see then. Oh, technology is as sleepy as I am. Okay. So with that, the purpose of this portion is really to provide the committee with the budget and business plans for 2025 to 2030 at a high level, as well as start speaking to some of the key pressures and impacts on its preparation. As has been discussed in prior cycles, even just providing the same services at the same level continues to cost more. Just turning the wheel, which I think was a phrase we used in one of our preparation meetings, costs more, whether that's due to the high costs of inflation, rising costs generally, higher borrowing costs from higher rates, or decreased funding from other levels of government. At the same time, the town continues to have limited revenue sources. Excuse me, we'll speak to what they are later, but to the extent that in recent years, new revenue sources have come online, they've also been earmarked for specific purposes. So an example of this would be paid parking. It has been generating additional new revenues, but they are then used in accordance with the paid parking revenue allocation model and aren't available to address our broader financial constraints. In recent years, we have seen an uptick in growth, and we anticipate that pace of change to ramp up even further in the future. But historically, that growth has also been challenging to forecast with any accuracy. What we do know is when we look at the average approved construction values, the average for 2023 and 2024 is approximately 70% higher than the previous 5-year average. So while the completion dates of this approved construction we just spoke to may vary, emphasis this cycle was placed on starting to anticipate the coming changes and to ensure that the town's services and infrastructure will be set up for that future. Given the financial constraints we were just speaking to, however, that is challenging. Overall, we are bringing forward a plan that represents the continuation of services and programs at the services levels from this year, while also accommodating for growth of the community where required. So moving away from the approach a little bit and into the nitty-gritty of the numbers, and honestly, this is what us accountants do wait for. So the total budget for 2024, as a reminder, was $77 million. So that's for this year. The total budget for 2025 will then move to $95.4 million and $101.8 million in 2026. And each of those years does include $9 million related to the new Livability tax program. And that Livability tax program budget will be discussed later this meeting. To fund that budget, the revenues from all sources other than taxation are $49 million in 2025 and $52.6 million in 2026. The remainder then comes from municipal taxes. So for 2025, that's $37.4 million in general municipal taxes and $40.2 million in 2026, and again, that $9 million in taxes from the Livability tax program we just spoke to in each of those years. It just happens to be coincidence that it is the same across the 2 years. I honestly don't know how we manage that, but the resulting proposed tax increase, excluding the new Livability tax program and net of growth in 25 and 26, is 5.6% in each year. So I know I just threw a bunch of numbers at you all in those previous slides, so this is in chart form, and this is also the same chart that's in the financial impact section of the briefing accompanying today's report. So again, the net budget, 49 million rounded in 2025, up to 52.6 in 2026. When we exclude the Livability tax program, municipal taxes are 37.4 and 40.2, resulting in a municipal tax change again outside of the Livability program of 2.6 million and 2.8 million. You'll see we are increasing our growth expectations. I don't have 2024 as a comparison there, but we had historically been budgeting growth at 400,000 a year, moving that up to 600,000 and then 650,000 in 2026, which results in that 5.6% tax increase in each of those years. Once we include kind of post-transition to the Livability tax program and that becoming part of our base, we will see that come down in future years to 4.5.
Can I ask a question at this point?
Of course.
So why would there be an impact on the taxes based on the livability tax program implementation? Wouldn't that be recouped by the program itself and therefore not part of the base?
It is. Mostly this is just putting it out there for future presentation years. So the taxes collected under that program will still flow into our general municipal taxes. So once we have, and again, we'll discuss the amount later today, but once we have any amount collected in 2025, then that forms the base that the 2026 change is calculated on. So in future years, we can continue to show the percentage separately of kind of what our general municipal tax increase goes up by. But once it's the two amounts blended, it is an increase to the base, which is why it goes down to 4.5% only in 2026.
Okay. So just a clarification on that, when you say it collects and goes into our general taxes, it's actually collected and goes to a specific budget and will be part of a reserve.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right? I mean, it comes in with the taxes, but then it gets, because I was very clear on that during my town hall.
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure that I was not speaking incorrectly. Okay.
Yes, so when we get to that, you'll see that there is exactly 9 million collected through the program and 9 million used specifically for the purposes of that program.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So a couple additional questions then while I've interrupted. So what does a 5.6, what's this year's number, by the way, for a percent increase equals how much in additional tax revenue?
So a 1% tax increase is 348,000, I believe, for 2025.
348?
397.
349? Okay. And what is do we know right now what, for the median assessed property, what a 5.6% increase costs, either dollars per month or dollars per year?
I haven't actually run that yet, but I can absolutely do that one of our breaks
That would-
today,
that would
or I
be
can
great.
get my colleague, Mr. Irwin, to do that in the background.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful. Thank
There
you.
he is.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll bring it back.
Great, thank you. Mike?
I still don't understand the 4.5.
Okay, so.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So here I've broken out kind of our standard municipal taxes, so that second line there of 40.2 million for 2026, and the 9 million at the bottom.
Yeah.
But if we look at the change year over year, the 9 million in 2025 starts to kind of help in 2026 if we combine the two. So
Okay, so it's like a compounding effect in the sense that if you're raising taxes this much this year, the next year.
The base is bigger.
The
Yeah.
same way if we do a 0% tax, like in COVID, there's this like compounding effect in the future as well.
kind of, yeah.
On the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, the denominator, I'm trying to think back to high school math
No,
here.
no.
The denominator is getting bigger, and
Yeah.
so as a proportion, it
Okay.
gets smaller.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely, this new program changes a lot of how we present some of this. And again, from a transparency perspective, particularly in light of Mayor Cowsard's comments, we've really tried to break them out separately to be as transparent as we can about how this is breaking down. And so that's why we're showing that the 5.6% is really more in alignment with the increase in the general taxes as it would have been shown in any year. But again, once we include that new program, if we look at the summary for the town as a whole, it does change it. But again, that whole amount is collected and used in accordance with the program. It is not going to reduce taxes anywhere else.
It kind of confuses it a bit.
Yeah.
But the amount of taxes collected remains the same. It's just the proportion of the total pot changes when we increase the pot with another program.
Yeah, so definitely I'm still working through the best way to present this, and so this is great feedback that probably just muddies the waters, and yeah, we're dealing kind of with the transition here right now. So trying to figure out the best way to present this again in the spirit of transparency and really trying to show it broken out as much as we can, acknowledging it looks really different now.
Thank you so much. I
Thanks.
do understand it now.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I think your explanation helped more than mine did.
Thanks, Chelsea. Going back to the construction value of 70% higher, could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
I might need Ms. Smithers' support here, but our planning department has done a huge amount of analysis, again, acknowledging in the past that it's been really tricky to actually figure out when the growth is anticipated. We can look at what we've approved, and that's what we're doing now, but actually when that will be completed and then translate into tax values is really hard, and we're trying to use what data we have to really support it going forward. Right. Jumping ahead a little bit, you will see a financial analyst as one of the positions that we have included in the plan for 2025. Right. And we do intend to work to refine this approach further, to use what data our planning team has, to use what we know is coming online, and to start to use that to project into the future. I believe it was a number of significant projects in the last few years that really contributed to that 70% increase.
Yeah, so we, in previous years, had done a bit of a trend line, looking at that incremental bump in taxes that is attributable to growth. Mm-hmm. And then this year we pivoted to say, well, what's the actual construction value of the permits that are in the works right now or actually under construction, and does that give us a better indicator of the development that will be online in 25 and 26 and understand, and then we can have a better understanding of how that impacts our tax rate. Because we were kind of late in the game this year with trying to figure that out, we knew that we could look at some level of increase in anticipated taxes from growth, but we still wanted to be relatively conservative because we can't run a deficit, so we don't want to take too much of a ambitious estimate on that. And then going forward, what we intend to do is even try to apply an even more finer lens and look at unit counts or commercial square footage that we estimate coming online. It's currently under construction and coming online, and then see what that does to our estimates around taxes from growth.
Right, okay. Yeah, I just feel when the presidency changes next year, like this number could be even murkier and stranger, sort of thing, with all the tariff stuff coming down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so big ripple effects. Okay, cheers. Thank you.
I know this is the, go ahead.
If I might just follow up on that question. Is that 70% number backed up by any other organizations? Are other construction organizations using a similar number?
Well, that number, to be clear, was specific to us and what our planning department has approved. So it's a very, I guess, more specific number. I'm not sure what else we could potentially look to align that with.
Just to be clear, that 70% is the increase in growth value of construction, not the 70% increase in the cost of construction.
Mm-hmm. Great clarification.
Okay. Thank you.
The actual amount in our budget that's changed is $150,000. So we went from, Ms. Gibbons mentioned this, sorry, there was about 3 names for you floating through my head there.
Yeah. I still get them wrong.
Sorry. In 2024, it's just not on the chart. In the taxes from growth line, in 2024, it was $450,000. So the increase in our budget assumption is only $150,000. And in addition to the answers that Ms. Smithers and Ms. Gibbons have given already, the significant change in Canmore is the approvals in Three Sisters. So there's been a lot of uncertainty of that over the years, and now there is certainty, and there is permitting and work happening. So we feel that that's actually, that increase of $150,000 is probably still conservative. We've held the line on 450 or around 400 for years, and it didn't feel wise to continue that number. So this is our best guess, given all those factors.
Yeah.
And sorry, one minor correction. I was just going to say it was $400,000 in 2024.
Sorry
So the $400,000 to $600,000 was a 50% increase of the potential 70% number we referenced there. Again, acknowledging that there is uncertainty as to when that will come online. So we were a little bit conservative with our estimate there. But taking it up 50%, again, it's only a couple $100,000, but it is a increase from what we've been doing historically. And again, with the addition of the financial analyst, with all the work that the Planning and Development Department has been doing, and with greater certainty around some of the developments in our community as they move further along the line, we'll continue to refine those numbers for 26 and onwards as well. Is it going to be 650,000, or will we see a continued higher rate of change? So again, we'll continue to come back to that as we have further information and analysis.
I really appreciate the clarification, because I was taking it as costs as well.
Yeah.
A 70% increase in cost. Now I see it as to justify that increase in revenue. Okay.
Yeah, that makes much more sense to me now. Thanks, Mr. Rogers.
I just wanted to add to, it's really a change in approach, recognizing the extent of growth that is happening in the community, that backcasting and doing a trend line isn't going to serve us well. So we need to think forward to what do we know is coming online and how does that impact taxes. So it's just a change in approach to determining growth.
I know these are some big important numbers, so before I move on, any more questions on anything here?
I know that the 9 million is just a placeholder number, but that didn't increase for 2026. Just because it's a placeholder, we really don't know now?
Placeholder pending further discussion. So Ms. Rogers later today will be going through, again, the actual livability program budget and what the plan is for that 9 million. But again, just for ease of updating, we've kept it consistent. Here I'm showing 25 and 26. We actually have it the same in 27 and 28 for the future plan years as well. Again, this is the first time we'll be putting this in front of the Finance Committee, so pending further discussion. Again, just for ease of discussion and updating, we've kept it consistent across all 4 years, but that assumption is also absolutely something that can be revisited.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons.
We also don't know yet until we have actual taxes paid that how many we're exactly talking about, what the assessed value of their properties are versus an assumed average, et cetera. So.
We also have a bit of a chicken and egg scenario where I'm first today. It potentially would have been helpful to have some of the context around the programs out there first to support these numbers. But again, before we get to that, this is the high level picture. So we decided on this order, but I appreciate that those numbers without the context that'll come from Ms. Rogers' presentation are, that context is missing, I guess I'll just say. So stay tuned for more on that. There will be a lot of discussion on that number today. So moving on to some specific approach to the contents of the budget. So as I alluded to earlier, expenses have increased with expected levels of inflation, and to the extent that we have any new contract pricing in place for existing work that we have. Moving on to salaries and wages and benefits, and as the Finance Committee would know, that is our largest expense area. Those costs do include a cost of living adjustment as well as equity and market adjustments. And those are really in accordance with our employee pay policies, as well as acknowledging Canmore's cost of living is significantly higher than many other communities. The expenses do include additional staff and resources required to maintain existing programs and services at existing service levels and as previously identified and accepted by Council as part of previous budget plans. And just wanted to highlight, it also includes the continued phase-in plan for increases to fire staffing.
So just on that, I thought we had completed the switch to 4 on the floor and we had done all of that.
I can speak more to that when we get into the operating budget, but I would say that we've, this year, we're staffing 4 on the floor and 66% of the time in 2024. We've just loaded that to the back end of the year. And then next year, in the base budget, there's sufficient, there's funding for 4 on the floor, an average crew size of 4 year-round, 24/7. And then in 2026, those casual positions for them convert to permanent positions or full-time positions.
Okay. So we're not quite done.
Not quite.
There are 2 more years of that, and I would say the one the one piece was that this was intended to be the first year that no money was used from the tax stabilization reserve to further smooth that. So the phase-in continues for another 2 years, but the piece you might be alluding to is that the tax stabilization plan to phase in those increases was coming to an end at the end of 2024. I'll speak to it a bit later, but there are no planned draws for 25 and 26.
And I think some of that may also come from a service level perspective, we are there, and we will stay there now. It's just the paying for it and making it permanent that still needs to happen over the next couple of years. But from a service level, we've been there.
I think that's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
is that we're there providing that service. I didn't realize there was a lag in the payment. Okay.
There are no further questions on that. Just the last point on this slide is that reserve contributions are included at the levels recommended in the long-term financial strategy and in alignment with existing practices and policies. So again, the only new program or increase to the level of service is specifically with regards to the implementation of the Livability tax program in 2025, again, as Ms. Rogers will speak to later. And then no new initiatives to implement Council's 2023 to 2026 plans, strategic plan are included. And here I'll be specific that that's new things. Again, the existing work of a lot of our departments already includes significant work that does address the strategic plan. But to the extent that there's anything new that's been identified, those are included on the options list for Finance Committee's consideration. The budget is, again, really a status quo budget. So the previous numbers that I presented included utilities. So once we exclude the utilities, which will be discussed again also later today, the town of Canmore has basically 6 major sources of revenues. So we have municipal property taxes, sales and rentals, permits and fines, grants, transfers or draws from reserves, and then internal transfers between various departments. So revenues, again, excluding utilities and transfers from all sources other than taxation, are $26.5 million in 2025 and $27.2 million in 2026. And again, that balance outside of that is sourced through taxation at $37.4 million in general municipal taxes for 2025 and $40.2 million for 2026, and then again the $9 million in each year from the Livability tax program. Again, specifically for that program. Each source of revenue is budgeted to increase from the 2024 budget, again, except for grants, which again continues to highlight the constraints that are coming from decreased support from other levels of government. So we'll speak more on the Livability tax program budget later, but an additional $5.8 million or 10% is required in 2025 to fund all existing Town of Canmore tax-supported services, again, based on that status quo. And then an additional $3.5 million is required for 2026. And again, I've referenced that $9 million a few times, but again, that is specific to fund the program expenses, to provide incentives for purpose, it says build, but it should be built rentals, repay the town reserves for the Housing Action Capital Project, and to start to build the reserve to fund livability initiatives. Again, all the detail for this will be included in Ms. Rogers' presentation. Most of the increases to the budget are uncontrollable expenses due to things like inflation, pre-existing contracts, or the pricing for those contracts under new contracts, and really growth-related expenses. There are increases in our repair and maintenance costs, growth-related new staffing additions, and particularly you'll see an emphasis on corporate services to help keep pace with growth in other areas of the organizations that have increased directly in response to community growth in past cycles. Don't know why I have a blank T there, sorry. Cost of living related to human resources costs as per our Town of Canmore policies. And again, increases in our capital and reserve fund contributions, again, in alignment with existing policies and practices, as well as the last long-term financial strategy we have. I was just going to conclude with one final reminder that the tax stabilization reserve exists to mitigate tax rate increases in cases of an emergent, non-recurring nature, and it's been built over time from unbudgeted sources of revenue. So as I referenced, we've been using it in the past to phase in increases from RCMP and fire, and that came to an end with 2024. So to be clear, no draws are currently proposed from the tax stabilization reserve in either 2025 or 2026. But I did want to highlight here that that could be an option to be considered by the Finance Committee, particularly in the context of anything on the options list that could be considered for the Finance Committee. And that concludes, oh, go ahead.
Ballpark figure, what's the amount in the tax stabilization reserve right now?
4.2 million.
Thank you.
So I know we'll get into the details later, but is there anything that's not funded by the Livability Tax Program that maybe should or could be, but we're not doing it this year because we don't know of the, we don't have certainty with the flow in?
I would say no. We have a capital project that we'll propose we fund from there, but on the operating side, we have included all costs that we can anticipate at this point in the budget that I'll be presenting later today.
Okay, because that's the sort of thing that if it was like a one-time thing, we thought it's going to be covered, but it's not yet. What about things like an increase in a CCH levy?
So to the extent that we have an increase in the requisition levy from CCH, that is currently funded in the traditional way through the taxes that are levied to support it. We're not currently using any money from the Livability Tax Program. None of that is currently directed to CCH.
But that could be something, and if we wanted to use the tax mitigation this year until we have some certainty, and to include it for certain next year.
That's something that Council or Finance Committee certainly could consider. The other discussion to be had with that budget is what projects coming in this next four-year cycle might best be funded from that reserve. One that we've talked about several times is an underpass or overpass from Palliser, and so we will potentially run into funding challenge in being able to do all of it. So it will require, I think, then some decisions on your part to prioritize.
Thanks.
I had a similar question as the mayor in terms of if we are, and again, this is a presentation that comes later, so it is a chicken and egg thing. I understand the problem in this. So, but whether we're covering through the Livability Tax Fund any taxes that the municipality absorbs on behalf of non-market or social housing entities, such as Bow Valley Regional Housing, and or the proposal that is, or the potential proposal that is before CCH with regards to the province making changes to the MGA around taxes. So currently, just as an, and you probably know this, currently the town of Canmore absorbs all of the property taxes related to all properties related to Bow Valley Regional Housing within the city limits of the town of Canmore. In addition to covering 58% of the overall requisition that comes from Bow Valley Regional Housing as well. So, just curious.
So, I mean, council could do any of those things.
Yeah.
We didn't do that in this budget. We've collected no dollars. You haven't set the rate yet.
Yeah, no,
We've
I
collected
understand.
no
I don't-
dollars.
yeah.
So council can direct us, once this program is set up, to use this money in all kinds of ways. For this budget, we have only assumed the costs directly associated with administering the Livability program. And made no other assumption. So the CCH, the change to the CCH requisition is through taxes. Like, we've kept all historic past practices.
Okay.
All these things will be on the table for
Okay.
you to consider, but we haven't done any of them in the budget.
Just
Yeah.
to be clear, I think that's the purpose of these questions, just to
Yeah.
make sure that they can
Yep.
be on the table. When I asked the question, and I'm assuming Joanna the same, I think we understood they're not included, but we're just exploring.
Yep.
Are we
Or-
off base in thinking that maybe we could have that discussion?
Or did you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
did you know?
That sort of thing. So I think it's important to ask these questions so that we can start to formulate ideas that we can then discuss later.
Yeah, Ms. Rogers will be doing the Livability program tax, so that might be a good, a presentation on it might be a good time for it.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondered if you would like me to switch the presentation order and do livability next, or I can do the corporate administrative support. It feeds into livability a bit, and then just do them back to
Maybe we
back.
should just stick to their,
It's up to you.
taking us on their journey.
Well, the thing that I'm noting, though, is there anything under this section that is, or are we now ready to go to D2?
That concluded what I had.
So we are
for this
30
morning.
minutes ahead of schedule. And I see that it's 40 minutes later. So it's up to you. If you think it would be appropriate to slip that in now, that's fine, or we can save it later. Leave it really up to you to decide what you would prefer to do.
Maybe I'd suggest we do corporate administrative support and then livability tax program back to
Sure.
back.
Perfect. All right, so let's move then to the corporate administrative transfer verbal report.
Okay, I think everyone has their presentations. So I wanted to introduce today a new approach, an upgraded approach, I guess, that we've proposed for you, and that has been included in the draft budget that Ms. Gibbons just presented. And what we're talking about here is essentially the administrative support required to deliver the services and programs that we deliver at the town. So in a number of areas, we have separate reserves that fund services. And historically, we have, through the fully tax-supported budget, supported the cost to deliver those programs. Largely, this is a growth and complexity issue, a bit of a business transformation item. When an organization is quite small, carving off the support requirements sometimes takes more time than what you gain from doing that. But as we were working through our service level inventory, renegotiating some contracts that we have with the MD, and really taking a hard look at what does it cost to deliver our services, we identified that we really needed to look at this approach. So you may recall that we do represent or include some corporate administrative support on the service contracts that we have with other municipalities, and we've used a 10% assumption there. For example, one of those would be the fire services contract we have with the MD of Bighorn. We've included a 10% administrative assumption there. In doing research on this concept, we learned that in the charitable organization or nonprofit world, it's typical for those organizations to account for about 15% of their total budget to represent what it costs to deliver these services. And then in the private sector, it's quite a different picture. Accounting best practices would suggest 20 to 25% of total revenue is required in order to provide the administrative support necessary to deliver the programs and services, either of an organization or a private sector industry there. We're recommending a 20% look at total expenses on, I'll go through the reserves for you one by one here in a moment. Less borrowing costs and less contracts such as the EPCOR or the long-haul contract. And what we're really talking about here is the background expenses necessary to be able to deliver services. Some of that includes human resources. In all of these areas, we have staff that are delivering the programs and the services. We have to hire those staff. We have to provide them with benefits. We pay them every 2 weeks. We have costs on our payroll side per employee. So it really is the costs in that way. On the finance side, we are processing invoices. We're processing payments. We're processing contracts. On the facilities side, we're providing workspaces for those people to work. We have to buy desks. We have to buy chairs. And so it really is that support behind the scenes in order to enable those services and programs to be delivered. So in looking at the reserves that we feel we have not to date done this with, we're looking at economic development. So as you know, we have a team in economic development. The economic development department is funded by business registry fees. But in order to have those staff available to provide those services, a lot of things have to happen. On the paid parking side, we have only included in the paid parking budget 2 positions. One is the direct paid parking coordinator, the program coordinator, and the admin support. But there are a whole lot of other departments and staff throughout the organization that are required to participate in running that program, and the costs for that have not been accounted to date in that paid parking budget. Instead, we've supplemented that or subsidized that through property taxes, and we're really trying to make more of a direct link between what it costs to deliver a specific program and separate out that tax piece. Livability you've heard about, and you'll hear more about in a moment. And then on the solid waste and water utility side, we have the same approach. We've got staff running those programs, and the same concept applies. So I'll maybe pause there and just see if there are any questions conceptually.
Yeah, I had a question. Well, first of all, comment, you mentioned the difference between the not-for-profit and the private. That's actually because of a prejudicial approach to not-for-profits, that they are expected to operate on less than is reasonably that the private sector would allow. But my question is about, what about, I may not be calling it the right thing, the development reserve?
We had included, when that development reserve was created, we had included a 10% corporate administrative support concept.
So it's already in
Yeah,
there.
and then we've mentioned a couple of times, I think this will be our new Jesus, the financial analyst. But when they come next year, one of their, if that position stays in the budget, one of the things we'll task them with as well is a more thorough analysis of this whole concept, including a check-in on the development application reserve, checking on this concept that we're proposing to you today.
Okay, and then the, just for clarity then, this concept that's being proposed, has it been implemented when getting to our 5.6?
Yes, it has. I'll show you that in the next slide, the
Very
impact to property taxes.
Very good, thanks.
From doing that.
Wade, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think, so what you're saying, and what I've seen in other organizations, is you basically take all of your business units and then apply a percentage fee to that business unit for like the higher level CST. Is that what we're essentially saying here?
CST at corporate services, really essentially finance, HR, IT,
Yep.
communication, administrative support like CST, facilities,
Municipal clerk.
municipal clerk.
Facilities.
Yeah,
Right, yeah, okay.
it takes staff to clean the offices, takes staff to create an office workspace for employees to be able to work in. And there's no other way to account for that other than property taxes.
And then we would take that same rate and apply that to all the business units, not like, right now it's kind of 10% for this and.
So our initial approach to this has been 10%. We've historically done 10% on these external service agreements we have with other municipalities, and that was the same approach we applied on the development application reserve. But in doing more research on this, we really were lowballing that number. 20% to 25% of revenue in the private sector is what it takes. Obviously, we weren't going to apply 20 to 25% of our revenue number, which is that tax number. And so we said, really seems to make sense to say what portion of the expenses of that department or of that service should we account for when looking at this concept.
I don't know what I heard you asking is that it's 20% of these 5 that are on the screen.
sorry.
And then right now, there's 10% of, but it's a different approach with the planning reserve, and we're not changing the planning reserve this year. So the approach to these 5 is consistent. We're keeping planning as the way we've set it up until we have time to do more analysis.
And if I can just speak to that too, because the development application reserve impacts engineering as well as planning, and to some extent public works as well through the parks planner. But the approach to the development application reserve is it holds the surplus in revenues, and then we take the 10% off the top and put that into general revenues to account for that corporate overhead. Moving to this approach, though, this is really based on the expenses of running that department, which would cause us in turn in planning and engineering and for the parks planner position as well, to really take a look at the fee structure that we have for application types, which is a whole exercise unto itself, right? So that's one of the reasons that we started this approach with the development application reserve and with some of those partner agreements with other municipalities. We're shifting to get more sophisticated in the structure of approaching that, and then in subsequent years, we'll dive back into that development application function and make sure that the fees are right-sized and that there's an appropriate amount of transfer going to that corporate services piece.
If I have one more.
Yep.
So these are kind of fixed costs, and in other organizations I've seen where you kind of flatline that cost until you have a bump in growth. And then you would bump up and kind of flatline that out for a while and bump up. But what we're proposing is kind of a steady an increase over time. And I think they kind of both work out to the same thing in the end. Am I wrong? Right?
No, I don't think you're wrong. They're different approaches.
They're just different approaches.
One of the things we have struggled with is predicting growth and how and when we've
Right.
reached a trigger point. And we see it if you think about tax rolls and sending out assessment notices and tax bills. At what point have we had enough new development that the current team can't handle that growth anymore? And so this is I would say, a more gradual, steady growth over time.
More predictable.
I would think a bit more predictable. In the other scenario, I think, is what we found ourselves in, where we're playing a lot of catch-up. We grow across the organization, and then we're like, oh my God, we don't have enough people to support all the work that's happening in the organization, and that's why you'll see several positions in corporate services coming forward in this budget, because we're trying to catch up with growth that has happened. So this is a more steady, slower, steady growth, as I think making the assumption that as the expenses grow, that department is growing, the services they're delivering are growing, therefore the supports required are growing. So it goes more in tandem than kind of one-off steps.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And I would just adding to that, if you think about the first presentation we had about the sort of context of complexity that we're facing, not just in Canmore, but in, just generally, we're seeing that with some of these programs. So paid parking as a classic example seems really easy and straightforward. And once people get used to it, it is, but the amount of staff involved in paid parking that are actually coded to that department are only the specific paid parking officers. The municipal enforcement CPOs are not coded there. The manager of that department is not coded there. Mr. Mackay, Ms. Gibbons, like there's been and Mr. Asarte, significant lift from multiple departments, and there continues to be that to make that program viable. But what we've actually coded to that department is a very tiny amount of the actual work. And so what we're finding as we bring more and more of these programs on, and so far, Livability is proving to be the same way, there's a significant lift from a number of other departments that is not accounted for in how we do this. So part of the reason for that slow, steady decline is because of just the number and complexity of these programs that seem simple but always actually require multiple departments, and that's having a stacking of impact that if we don't address in a continual, gradual way, we get behind on, and then it becomes overwhelming. And so we're trying to disrupt that in a very intentional way.
Yeah, I like this approach. I think it makes sense from a planning perspective and from an organizational perspective. Yeah. Thanks.
So if I understand it correctly, what we're saying is that this would affect transfers from reserves into the programs that those reserves support. We're not talking about increasing fees around that amount though yet.
Correct.
Right? So,
Yeah.
and then for the water utility, is this not included in the EPCOR contract too?
We have a number of staff at the town that are required to still support the EPCOR contract. Mr. Como, our water utility engineer, number of staff in finance who are processing utility bills. A small portion of the finance group is accounted for when we took over that service from EPCOR, but there's project support, project management support. So yeah, even in that case where we're not directly delivering the service, there's quite a bit of work still required from town employees to be able to provide that.
Then would this lead to a change in how we then price that out in the contracts as well?
It'll be included in the rate model, as Mr. Como will show when he walks through his presentations later today. The model has always included a line for that corporate administrative overhead piece. It's just never been populated. So again, it's a change in approach. So we have the capacity to consider that in our rates, and he'll be touching on that this afternoon or later this morning.
One more for me. What do we if we were to take this model right now, what are we currently doing as a percentage? What would that fee currently be? 10%? Zero. Not the way we,
Yeah.
let me,
Like we're not currently accounting for it out of the revenues collected in those service areas.
yes, I understand that piece. However, we still have CST line items and all these items exist. We just account for them differently.
They're funded from property taxes, directly
Right.
from property taxes.
So what would that number as a percentage of?
It's the bottom line here. So the impact on your property tax increase of including this approach resulted in a reduction over the 4 years in 2025 of just under 4.5%. So that value that has been funded or subsidized, if you will, from property taxes.
You're looking to see what the total cost of those things are right now that's being collected by property taxes.
Yes. I'm not articulating myself well at all here, but.
Yeah, and
I
I don't,
think
Just give me a second,
totals-
I'll circle back to this one, but
yeah.
I just want to know what the current number as a percentage would be?
The current number
The
of
current
what?
number of our administrative fees.
Well, we don't have it set up that way.
Which we don't have,
What
right.
we're suggesting, if you look at the chart on the screen in 2025, we're saying if we look at 20% of the expenses, less borrowing, less big contracts of those areas, it represents 1.5 million in corporate support.
So if I'm hearing correctly, Councillor Graham is looking for the total cost of all of our administrative that these things could go to mitigate against. Because I don't think, just to be clear, this isn't designed to totally offset those costs.
No.
This is to reduce them, the amount that's being paid by the taxpayer. Because, you could say all of finance is supporting costs, all of HR is supporting costs, all of CST is supporting these costs, on and on and on. And it's going to be a number bigger than the 1.5, but now, instead of having that whole amount being funded by taxpayers, it's going to be that whole amount minus what's transferred by reserves is covered by tax.
I understand that piece, yeah. I'll circle back to this one later.
Yeah, it might be that you're looking for full cost accounting, which we don't do
No.
as a budget process. And at the next meeting on December 5th, we'll walk through the operating budgets, and so you'll be able to see what is the executive office total budget, what is the finance department total budget but that's for all operations within that department.
Yeah.
We don't do full cost accounting, for example, with paid parking. We don't ask Mr. Mackay to track his time to be able to say what amount of his time and then to be able to budget for it for paid parking. So it's rough estimates.
I think this is also maybe an unintended or downstream kind of consequence of creating separate reserves for separate revenue sources. And that when we carve off those revenue sources, we end up in this situation. If you look at recreation revenue, it goes straight into our revenue. So it funds, so we're not suggesting recreation in this case because recreation revenue goes into general revenue and expenses are general expenses. So these are separate because the revenue never hits the kind of general revenue line or it goes directly to these reserves. And so we're saying now that actually a portion of the revenue collected in each of these areas needs to be factored into the cost to deliver the services that are not direct expenses in that particular area.
And it aligns very much with the practices in the not-for-profit and private
Yes.
sector. If you think of the not-for-profit sector, you get a grant, and it's typically to fund a program, and there's an X amount of that is for administrative fees. And when that grant comes in, it just, it goes straight towards your costs, and then the rest of it goes to the program. In private sector, it'd be in the contract. Certain amount is for administrative costs. And, so it's very similar. Where we're lacking here is that we do have things that don't have reserves attached to it.
Yeah.
And so those things will still continue to be collected solely through property taxes.
Does that help or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really appreciate this. I think this gets closer to a true cost accounting with, I have two questions. One, on the list of reserves, there's 3 named but 4 numbers, that 179, 145, and 2005. What's that from?
So both in paid parking and livability, it's just rushing to get my presentation done, I'm sorry. But in paid parking and in livability, we've identified that there are some staff and expenses that are directly in that budget. And then there are all the ancillary supports that are required. And so on the livability side, you see one line is the 20% of the direct expenses in livability. The other line is the expenses associated with all the rest of us who are doing work around that program. Like I did 40 phone calls in the last week as an example. That's not in the livability budget, but it should be accounted for.
And because livability is new,
Yeah.
we're costing it out fully here, or a little more with the 2 lines.
Yeah, you can, I'll show you in the livability budget what those Yes, I think I will.
So did you want
Yeah,
to
I
speak to this, did you want to speak to this chart, and then if we had any questions on that?
Just if you have questions, on the paid parking side, we did the same thing. So there are, again, we only had 2 staff that are coded directly to paid parking, but a significant number of others. So I just had rolled it up on paid parking, and I hadn't rolled up the 2 numbers together on the livability side. Sorry, it was
No
an
worries,
error
no
on my
worries.
part.
No,
Yeah. But it is confusing, I apologize for that, we can fix that.
And then we are starting at 20%. Is there any way to track whether or not that's the right number?
I think that's where I was suggesting that our financial analyst will spend some more time really doing more of that research and understanding can we validate that that's the right number? Do we think a different number or approach would be better? We just thought it was important for this budget cycle to get something before you, and then next year when we're in a budget amendment cycle, we'll have a little bit more time to dig into that and then be able to present back to you and say, you know what, we were pretty close, or we think it should change in this way to be more accurate.
So I had some questions around each of these. So the economic development number, does that include the increased number of business licenses that are coming that we've already approved?
I think so.
And that's all of the,
Oh, yeah. So it's based on the expenses
Tourist homes?
in the department. And so there are sufficient funds in that reserve where we have included these additional.
so it's not based
business-
on revenue
Revenue,
coming
it's
in,
based
it's
on
based on
expenses.
expenses?
Yeah.
Okay, so that then isn't increased by the amount unless, let's say we go ahead at a future date with all short-term vacation
Yes.
rentals, and
Yeah.
we needed to hire another person.
Correct. Yeah.
Then there would be an additional amount
Yes.
there. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is good on expenses.
Yeah.
So likewise with paid parking,
Correct.
then that's based on our projected expenses.
Expenses and
It's-
paid parking,
If the
yeah.
paid parking revenues went up, this doesn't automatically go up.
No.
So with livability, so we're expecting higher expenses in 2025 due to setting it up, but then that's why we see a drop down in
Correct.
subsequent years, because then it's operational?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and
with
that
re-
line is the kind of more ancillary supports,
Okay.
some legal. In-house legal, we also have a line item for external legal. Just again, the number of questions we're getting from a new program. In 2025, early in the year, we'll be doing for the first time audits on how people have declared. And so I think as property owners get more familiar with the program, we're anticipating that could ease up a
Okay,
bit.
so that all makes
Yeah.
perfect sense to me. And so those numbers, based on expenses, reduce the tax increase. Now, is it opposite in solid waste and water and utility, though, that as we take 20% off the expenses, it's actually going to cause the rates, so we see a decrease in property taxes covering it, but an increase in rates in order to cover those amounts?
Yes, slightly, yes. Mr. Como will go through the rates,
Okay.
and that includes these assumptions and the rates that he'll be presenting to you later.
So it
you'll
might not be a.
It's not a direct
Not a direct
correlation.
one-to-one
No.
correlation.
No.
But there is
some
because I
impact.
imagine it's a reduction in reserves because of it. and
Yeah.
Therefore changes our reserve projections,
Yeah.
and we'll have to make up. through
That's right.
Rates, okay.
Yeah, but it's not a direct one-to-one, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions on the chart?
You're back.
Okay, so essentially, to understand this, now, before we've even gotten into any of the details, but just at high level, what is being recommended to us is a 5.6% increase to the taxes. If we hadn't incorporated this, it would be a 10.08 increase that was being recommended, because we'd had the 5.6 and the 4.48, correct? So this gets us from 10.08 down to 5.6. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, so do you want to move on to the?
I will.
I'm just looking at the time, we're still good
want-
to keep going. We're actually 1 minute ahead of where we would have started with D2. So is everybody still good to go, or do you need to have a break now if we covered a lot of stuff? Okay, one more, then a break. Okay, so we're going to do the we're going to do what is D5. We're going to do that now. So let me just move that that we deal with item D5 after item D2, as opposed, yeah, I guess that's all I need to do is just deal with D5 after D2. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Ben, because obviously we approved a budget and we just need to track the change.
Agenda.
Oh, yeah, we didn't approve the
I
budget.
mean, if you want to approve the budget,
All done.
I'm done.
Move that we cancel all future
Just
finance
like
committee
that.
meetings. Wow, that was a jump. Okay, yes,
only a
yes.
bit.
We approve the agenda. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Go ahead.
Okay, the presentation is just being handed out. So what I'm going to walk you through today is, or right now, is the approach that we've pulled together for your consideration, and I'll tell you about choices or options that you have as we go through. So I did just want to start with a quick update. As of yesterday at 5 o'clock, we had 4,200 properties who had declared. Of those, we have 33, just over 3,300 in the primary resident or primary occupant category, just over 500 that are rented to a long-term primary resident in Canmore, and 350 who have declared non-primary. We're expecting just under 7,000 in total, and those that are non-primary are not required to declare. The default classification is the residential or the non-primary. And so we've spoken with many of those property owners, and they've said, I won't bother declaring, I don't need to now that I understand how that goes. So we see some who have chosen to declare non-primary, but not all will do that. So just a bit of context there. Around, yeah.
7,500 total of expected.
Residential.
Expected primary, or is that total residential?
Total residential. Doesn't include tourist home, doesn't include visitor account.
Okay.
So one of the decisions that you'll need to make is which percent of the assessed value you would like to apply to this program and wish us to collect. And so you have seen this chart before. I think Catherine Van Kampima and Ben Brunen shared it when they provided you with an overview of what our revenue considerations or options are. Wanted to present it in this format as we've shared the potential tax increase in terms of the median assessed value for both condos and for residential. And so you can see how on the residential side, maybe it's a bit easier. For every just over $1 million of assessed value, you can see how much additional taxes would be applied, give or take, based on that percentage that you choose to apply. Now, as I've explained 40 times in the last couple of weeks, this is very complex. It's not as simple as, I can't actually say in your property it's going to be an extra $6,200. It's based on a whole number of factors. One of the things that will change is our assessments. As you know, assessments change every year, and depending on how your property changes relative to all the other properties in town, you may see an increase, you may not see an increase. The other thing that you haven't set yet is your mill rate, and you also haven't selected or decided what percent of assessed value you wish to apply. So difficult today to be able to tell someone how much exactly they're going to pay, but in these ranges, this is what we're looking at. So I'll just maybe pause there if there are any questions about that concept.
So one thing we do know is what that median assessed value would have paid in taxes without this increase. And so what does this represent? I'm guessing it represents almost doubling, including education.
No. Just let me think this through.
So $1 million home,
I think it was close to a 50% increase at the upper end at that kind of 0.4
Okay.
level of the municipal portion only. And that's
municipal
another
portion.
thing just to be really clear about. This doesn't apply to the education requisition, just to the municipal tax portion. Let me do,
I would think we
Yeah,
need to
we wanna
check
do
that.
some-
I used to think, you know, when you say $1 million home,
Mm-hmm.
I used to think in terms of all of those big mansions. But my little house in Moraine is now $1 million home.
yes,
And so I'm actually pretty close to this.
Mm-hmm.
And my tip, or my mortgage this year is holding back, I think, $4,500 for taxes. And that includes the education. And so I'm thinking at the 0.3, it's got to be somewhere around doubling the municipal.
we can do those calculations. I just need a break to be able to do that.
would
I mean, I
appreciate-
won't do it right this
appreciate
second,
that
but when you
just
take a
so-
break,
Just so
we'll-
we're
yeah.
understanding. I mean, I'm not saying that that's out of
Yeah,
reach. I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's good to have that information to understand.
yeah, no, it's good context. So we will work on that during a break coming up. So you've heard the $9 million number discussed a couple of times this morning. That is what we're proposing. And so the annual estimated incremental revenues that we anticipate could be possible, you see up on the screen there again in that range of 0.1% of an assessed value. We did include the 1% and 3% that we've often talked about, with 1% being what's applied in Toronto and 3% being what's applied in Vancouver. They are estimates, as Mayor Krauser spoke to earlier this morning. We have done the best we can in determining what we anticipate in terms of numbers of non-primary residences and what the assessed value of those non-primary residences is, and tested that against utility data, as we've shared with you before, and mailing addresses of tax bills. But we don't know for certain what it's actually going to be until we get through this first cycle. So at the upper ends, we're not recommending the higher end figures. One of the reasons for that is, you may recall, the Municipal Government Act limits us to a tax spread from commercial and residential of 1 to 5. So your highest commercial rate can't be greater than 5 times your lowest residential rate. And while these are not commercial properties, we feel that that principle still applies here. It would seem unreasonable to say we're charging 10 or more times. So that's why we're not recommending kind of at that upper end. However, we're not recommending the lower end, because in order for council to have meaningful impact on your livability goals, we need to be collecting a reasonable amount of funds to be able to advance some of these priorities that you've identified.
Will this be more, once we've chosen a percentage and stuff, is it just we change the mill rate, or is it that we use that percentage, and like how does that all work out? Like, is it like when someone gets their tax bill, is it just gonna be like, because right now we have, tourist homes are, I think it's like around 3 times what residential is, so is it gonna be that, like it'll be showing the mill rate as your mill rate's this, is it just different mill rates, or how do just kind of,
It is
how do we
different
get to
mill
that?
rates, so
Okay.
we're, in the bylaw, we've set this up as subclasses of residential, and each subclass has a separate mill rate. So the mill rate for residential, or the non-primary, which is the default, will have a set mill rate. The primary residence will have a lower mill rate. Yeah.
Would it be possible, just for when we're pulling some of these calculations, just kind of compare it to, here's what tourist homes are, here's what we're thinking the primary is, and then here's what a normal residential, just so we can see like, stacked against each mill rate, just because I feel that would be helpful, just to know, like, you know, is this, you know, is it between the tourist home and residential? Is it just for help my mind work?
So if this was like 2 times
Yeah.
primary residential, whereas tourist home is 3
3
times.
times,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what.
That's, yeah, again, I think that's one of those, we choose the rate and then that affects the mill rate, so it's just
There's a
figuring
little
out
bit,
how
a little
all the
bit of a
numbers-
communication,
Yeah.
a little bit of a communication thing. You're just
Communication also just, I'm
context.
just curious how we actually figure out, like, if we choose one of these percentages, is that go that way, and then that affects the mill rate, and
That's
just-
really complex.
Yeah,
and
well, that's what I mean.
outside my
yeah.
brain
Well,
capacity.
and that's-
Thank God I have a finance expert, I will say.
Yeah, and it's
yeah.
just more like for, it's, again,
Yeah,
kind of-
it's very
it's kind of that
complex.
chicken and the egg
Yeah.
thing where you don't really choose the mill rate because you need to know what, so it's just figuring out how that all comes, again. It's
Yeah, and
probably
again,
more
just
than I need to know,
for,
it's just having some examples would
Yeah,
be great.
we're never choosing the mill rate.
Yeah.
It always is
Yeah,
a
it's a
product of the
calculate- yeah.
budget that you approve. And then
So-
we work backwards from there. If this is the budget you approve,
Yeah.
what mill rate do we require in order to be able to collect that? So,
Exactly, that's what it's-
just for context, I guess, the 0.4% of assessed value is roughly equivalent to what our commercial mill rate is. So, I don't know if that's the kind of thing you were looking for there, but I don't have it for all the other breakdowns, but.
And then if I might follow up on that one. And again, this, we're estimating here, but 5-to-1 would roughly be where on this percentage?
Wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't pull it up. Yeah. I think it was 24 million, right? Yeah. 24 million, so it was kind of between, just over 0.5, between 0.5 and 1.
Sorry, what percentage were you asking?
We
So
said
the
five.
5-to-1 ratio that we are MGA regulated to keep within,
Oh, within, for the
I wanted to know
non-residential.
where that fell on this chart between 0.1% and 3%. And what I hear is 24 million, which kind of, call it 0.8, roughly?
Yeah, between 0.5 and 1.
Yeah, so I had to make a bunch of simplifying assumptions to
Yeah,
kind of make
I
that
understand.
happen. So that was based on our lowest residential mill rate back for this year, for 2024. So when we looked at that 5 times and we said basically that entire bump, we would look at being attributable to the Livability tax program, what we estimate our non-primary residential assessment to be, that number was basically around the 0.8 mark.
Yeah,
Yeah,
0.8, yeah, so 24 million.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
We have proposed the same level across the 4 years in this budget, and for a couple of reasons. I think there are different approaches to how a program like this can be implemented. One might be where you say we'll start low and then we'll incrementally increase each year. I think there are a number of drawbacks with that. The other is that you start in at an amount that's going to yield a reasonable reserve level that allows you to do something meaningful quickly, but then we hold steady at that level. This is a decision that council can make every year, whether that revenue amount needs to be adjusted. Again, I would reiterate what Mayor Krausert said. With some of the uncertainty that we have, I'd be hesitant at this point to recommend an increase before we actually know what's going to happen next year. And this provides us with, I think, a reasonable approach, but keeping some of that uncertainty in mind. In terms of expenses, so no surprise to you, creating a new program of this level takes resources. Regular ongoing communication with property owners is required, and as this program requires an annual declaration, communication with property owners is an annual process. Additionally, the sales of homes and new owners mean we're going to have some level of question every year, because for someone, it will be the first time that they've seen the program. So we are anticipating that some level of additional support is going to be required every year of the program because of that annual cycle. The changes to the tourist home program, sorry, I'm trying to find my mouse. And I've lost it. Anyway, oh, you had it over there still. I want it here. Ah, sorry. This hurts my brain, this 2-screen business. I need to retire. Anyway, I can't figure it out. Ben, you can help me maybe at a break. So the changes to the tourist home program need support on the business registry side. As a reminder, you passed an updated business registry bylaw, which requires all legal tourist homes to have their own business license. And we're no longer supporting the approach where one business owner can have multiple tourist homes under one business license. We're saying each is a unique tourist home and requires its own unique business license. And so that volume increase that we're anticipating there on the number of licenses issued necessitates additional support in the business registry function in the Economic Development Department. And like the declaration process, the business license process is an annual process. You're required annually to renew.
So why wouldn't that be covered from business registry fees as opposed to the livability tax program?
It could be. We were trying, at least at this stage, to make really clear to you and be super transparent about what it takes to deliver this program. And it's harder to connect those dots if we have that position carved off in economic development. But that's certainly a recommendation that the Finance Committee can make. If you'd prefer to have that position funded from the Economic Development Reserve, we can absolutely do that.
In my mind, the livability tax program is not absolutely everything that came from the livability tax force, livability task force. It's related to those things that are about more income appropriate housing and the things that are supporting that. And one of the spin-offs from the task force was about this, making sure all tourist homes have their business license, but that doesn't actually affect the affordability of the average resident.
I thought we'd actually talked about this in another meeting and made a clarification. Sorry, I thought we'd actually talked about this in another meeting and council had clarified that they wanted to see these dollars allocated towards economic development, but I could be
We can do
mistaken.
that.
No, I thought that was in a council CAO meeting. I
Oh,
would
yeah,
have to
I
go
don't-
back and look.
I don't recall hearing
Yeah.
that, but it's something we can certainly do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this isn't forecasting the visitor accom potential either, right? So if we add that
No.
at some point in time, that's a different piece of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We are proposing a supervisory position to oversee this work, and and would function likely very much like Ms. Van Kyn-Pima functioned during her time in the work on this project. There's a vast number of departments and employees involved in this work, and the program really needs a quarterback to be able to make sure that all of the work is happening as and when it needs to in the right sequence. We had committed to you and have already made some minor program modifications and continue to anticipate that that would be required. We're taking feedback from, property owners around questions they've had around the declaration process. We're anticipating needing to make some changes to the actual form and the electronic process as we advance the audit process and understand what that looks like. You really need someone to lead that function. And so that's why we're proposing that position. The program assistant and customer service reps are needed just to manage the volume of inquiries. We've had 500 phone calls, several hundred emails. And while there certainly are more inquiries in this initial program launch, we do expect ongoing questions every year. Again, as I said earlier, with the annual declaration process, properties changing ownership, circumstances for owners changing, it's just natural that there are questions. And we've really tried to apply learning here from paid parking, where we probably underestimated the number of questions that we might get, or the help and support that people need. You may have seen, folks, that we've got iPads now at the front desk where we actually help people do their declaration in person here if they have challenge. We've had some feedback. I don't have a computer. I don't know how to do it. Come in, we can walk you through it. But that all takes resources to be able to support those functions. I'm the sort of escalation point. So there are some folks who aren't happy. You've seen some of those emails. So when we get those calls or emails to our housing action, someone needs to address those as well. And I'm filling that function right now, but a supervisor and some of these other staff will be able to do that in the future. And then finally, this program will require enforcement, and we have committed to you that there will be a random audit of the declarations that we've received. Any audits that require follow-up and any complaints that we've received from the community will be handled by municipal enforcement. That initial random audit process will occur within finance. You know, we've had, just as an example, a couple of things we're going to follow up right off the hop. We have one owner who owns multiple properties who's declared them all as their primary residence. So we're thinking maybe they didn't quite understand what we were getting at with it, right? So that requires some follow-up. So we're going to be checking into, you know, is that, maybe they're rented, but they didn't mark that it's rented. Yeah. Yeah, so some of that kind of thing, yeah. The other piece here is the enforcement officer is also going to be working with the business registry folks on that tourist home side. That's not specifically this officer, it's the whole municipal enforcement team, but there is enforcement on that side as well. I would say this position probably fills the livability piece, and then the rest of the team. I mean, it's not the same person. You don't say, Karen, you only do these, and Sean, you only do these, but in divvying up the work, we think there's enough for one enforcement officer to handle and follow up on livability.
The fact is there's more work.
Yes.
At least equivalent of a full-time.
Yes,
Yep.
yeah. The other piece that we've included here, and this may be something, because it's again on the short-term rental side, is we have included in this budget an allotment for the Granicus software. So you may recall, I think you've had some info. Granicus is a software company that audits short-term rentals and provides us then with some information on this may be an illegal short-term rental, this one isn't licensed, so on, so that we have a better start of where we need to do more follow-up. And so we've included that in this budget as well, because we thought that flowed out of the livability recommendations, but again, that's up to you to decide. So I'll pause there again if there are questions on the staffing side.
Assessment Review Board? Are we good there?
Yeah. So in the municipal clerk's budget, we are proposing an additional position there to provide Assessment Review Board support. Currently, Assessment Review Board is within finance, actually within the tax and utility team. And much like we separated SDAB from planning, we think that same separation makes sense here on the tax side. If you're preparing the tax bills, you should probably be separate from the Assessment Review Board function. We have been reaching out to our neighboring municipalities on this concept of a regional panel so that we have enough panelists. But this team, the program assistant, the supervisor, and the municipal clerk's office will all need to be involved in supporting that function. Again, we don't know the volume of appeals we're going to get, so it's hard to predict exactly what we're going to need.
So it may be, I mean, if we ultimately have, I'm just choosing a number out of the air, 20 assessment review appeals that were heard, or 15 that were heard this year in a non-livability tax program year, and that were to, let's say, double, it may be in a future budget that position would be covered half by this.
Yes. Yeah, it's just an unknown at this stage, and something that, again, that supervisor position would need to monitor. What's the actual volume of calls? What's the actual number of complaints or appeals we've received for ARB? How many are settled before hearing? How many go to hearing? And then help predict staffing at that point. Yeah. Okay. All right, so next is the budget. So the variance column is kind of anyway, it's hard when you start with 0 and then you move up. So I would say just kind of ignore the variance column. But you'll see, as I've mentioned, revenue consistent at $9 million across the board. Salary, wages, and benefits, we have not at this stage predicted growth in positions. We've left the number of positions that are allocated in this budget steady with the ones I just went through. The only increase there is cost of living, recognizing that there'll be some additional salary expenses over the years. Postage and advertising and printing, again, just based on this annual declaration process and the fact that we're having to send out to every property owner their access code on an annual basis. That's why you see those expenses listed there. On the grant side, we're proposing that we fund the purpose-built rental incentive from this fund. We have $75,000 in for 2025. That's the agreement that council approved with 100 Railway that's currently under construction. And then just based on a couple of other conversations I've had with some developers anticipating that in 26 there may be another purpose-built rental development coming forward, quite a bit smaller than 100 Railway, but just wanted to include that could grow over time. 100 Palliser? No, I'm talking about the one next to Nutters. Oh, sorry, is that 100 too? Yeah, but 100 Railway, yeah, 100 Railway. And you do have an alternative to fund that grant line from property taxes. That's really up to you. But if you'll recall, the essence of that program was that we're reducing a portion of the municipal property taxes to incentivize the development of purpose-built rentals. Okay. On the professional fees side, we have a couple of things included there. The declaration process is actually managed through CityView, which you may recall is the software system that we use for planning and development permits as well. This is a separate stream or a separate bucket within CityView, but again, will require some ongoing annual changes that comes with some cost. We've included in that professional fees line also legal fees, anticipating in year one that we'll have, which is 2025, more challenge than we may in subsequent years, but there may be every year some property owners who wish to challenge the process. It should diminish over time as we have successful resolution of those legal inquiries. But again, we're kind of trying to guess here what might that look like. Contracted services is that Granicus piece, so that currently the province has an agreement with Granicus where we're able to access a $5,000 annual fee. If the province's agreement with Granicus ends, then our cost would go up, then it would be $35,000, but we've assumed for purposes of this budget that we'll be able to access that bulk rate. And then there will be a decision point again for you. If the price changes, you can decide, is it worth it for you? Does it give the value that we're looking at, or do you want to continue or not? So you're not locked in. We're just, again, trying to represent what that might look like over the years. The transfers to reserves are a couple of different things. And I got myself confused here. But the transfer to reserve is essentially once all of the expenses are done, how much is left that's going into that livability tax reserve. So in year one, if you go with a $9 million collection or that 0.3% of assessed value, after all of the expenses are done, you'd be at just over 7.5 million. And then I have another slide for the internal transfers, so I'll just go through that here in a minute. Oh yeah, 7.4, sorry. So we are proposing that there's an annual transfer to the general capital reserve. You may recall, I don't remember even when we did that, but we created the Housing Action Capital Project, which we used to fund this work to get it off the ground, but also to fund some affordable housing work we're doing on the section of the mustache lands that the province gave to us that we have a timeline to develop. And so we're suggesting you could reimburse or refund the general capital reserve from the funds collected here, because everything we've done so far supports affordability and livability initiatives. we just popped it in at a spread across the 4 years. You could do different amounts if you want. You could also choose not to refund the general capital reserve, but we thought it fit here. And then the other item on that internal transfers is the corporate administrative support that we just talked about there. So your balance at the end of 4 years, assuming our assumptions are correct and you go with the 9 million, is just over $30 million. So again, a reasonable number to be able to do something with. So far we'd proposed to you, and based on the task force's recommendations, that the kinds of things that would be funded from that reserve would be incentivizing or developing purpose-built rentals. We could develop that ourselves. We could hire someone to do it for us. Non-market housing, whatever that looks like, could be something we do ourselves, could be, to your point, Mayor Krauser, something we fund through CCH. Any supporting infrastructure to be able to build additional affordable housing units, and we will be proposing in the capital plan. We're looking at a realignment of the Alta Link transportation line in Palliser. If the realignment doesn't occur, we save a bit of money. I think 700 or 4.
There's a capital project that will be proposing for $400,000.
400,000, yeah.
In 2027.
So by investing that $400,000 in this transmission line realignment, we're anticipating we could build at least an additional 200 affordable units. So we're saying if we don't do the realignment, you have 200 less units. With investing in the realignment from this plan, you could increase the count we're able to develop there by at least 200 units. So that's the kind of thing where supporting infrastructure would result in additional units of affordable housing. This is just one real live example that's before us now. Could be incentives to develop accessory dwelling units. We had something similar to that through CCH a few years ago. There was some uptake. There may be opportunity to do more of that. And there may be more interest in that kind of thing now with the primary residence tax, where some folks are thinking, I could build an accessory dwelling unit. I will provide rental, permanent rental unit for someone who lives in the community and help us solve what we're trying to solve. Grants to nonprofit housing groups could be here. Program administrative costs, which we've included. So we're saying really not putting the cost of running this program on general taxes, but funding from the taxes collected in this program. And the preservation of existing affordable units or the purchase of new affordable units. So there's nothing to preclude council from saying, you know, we should purchase 2 or 3 units in the CRPS development down here at Lawrence Grassy that we can use either for rental or for affordable purchase, or right, that kind of thing could happen. Could be purchase of land, could be development of units ourselves or through another nonprofit. Yeah. I'll pause there. If there are any questions.
Couple. We, a little while back, approved a $250,000 transfer for the partners in, I always forget their name, Partners in Affordable Housing. Is that something we can kind of claw back from this program, even though it was done a little bit of time ago?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
It's a great example, yeah.
Okay. And then, have we got any estimation on the capital projects we're looking to fund over the next maybe 4 years? No, with this estimation, we're gonna put $30 million in a reserve fund. But have we got any projections on, you know, what is $100 million worth of CCH over in Palliser? What is that gonna cost us? What is?
We're expecting the ask of the town to be in the neighborhood of $12 million. We haven't nailed down exactly what that looks like, whether that's a guarantee or a loan or an actual outlay of cash. We're not quite at that stage in the in the project yet, but that's an example of what could come there. And then Ms. Smithers, I think, do you want me to speak? So I think I alluded to earlier, potentially the underpass overpass would be another thing where we've identified as we increase density in Palliser, we need an underpass overpass access. That may be something hard to get grant funding for, and it's a significant amount of money. We're expecting between 14 and 20 million, so that would be a kind of great use of these funds.
Yeah, sorry, I changed my mind on that. So when we get into when we have the Finance Committee meeting on capital, council members will see the substantial list of unfunded items, as well as the items that we are proposing funding over the 6-year capital budget and plan window. So you will have that information when we get into it then.
But that's not gonna be specifically for the Livability Task Force Reserve, that's just gonna be.
No, that's across the board.
Across the
But
board.
I think as we look at initiatives like supporting infrastructure is a really good example with the AltaLink right-of-way relocation and the need for crossing of the Trans-Canada Highway, right? Those right now land on our town capital budget.
Right.
And so just in terms of identifying projects that could fit, there's quite a number of them from across the portfolios that we have at the towns.
So I've heard two things, $12 million for CCH and $14 million for the overpass. That's,
And 400,000 for the right-of-way realignment.
so that's $26 million right off the bat, out of the 30. And we haven't talked about any of those other things like buying other existing units. We haven't talked about any of those other things.
There's also the other Palliser parcel that we got from the province. We don't know about the funding
Right.
for that yet. And there's your 250 from partnership.
Yep,
Yeah. We could make a big list if you'd like.
I'm sure we could make a big
Yeah.
list and I'd love to see it.
And for example, the pedestrian overpass might not necessarily be fully funded from Livability at all, right? But that could be a source of revenue for that project. So I don't think we're there yet.
Agreed.
Yeah, and it's a great point. Many of the grants that we have been successful in getting in the past require a matching or a proportionate contribution from the town. So we could be fortunate and not have to fund the whole thing, but we're going to have to fund part of it. That would just be a reality for sure. Yeah. So there are a few questions that we need to answer. We are requesting that council approve this standalone budget. I mean, it really is a standalone piece in December so that we can begin to fill these positions. This work is ongoing and continues to amp up and will only get, I think, more so as we issue assessment notices and people are clear on, oh, that's my subclass. As we start to do audits and then when we send out property tax bills, like there's a lot of ongoing work. Assessment notices will go out in early February. We are a bit concerned just around the timing of a budget approval in early February, not being able to fill any of these supporting positions until after that budget approval. That will, I think, be a challenge. Yeah.
So just a process question then. In order for council to hear that, I mean, we don't need a recommendation from the Finance Committee to hear that. But I expect that there's going to be some discussion as to the overall amount. Councillor Graham, I know his questions, recent questions go to say, well, there's a lot, and is this enough being collected? And so, and I also know in conversations with him that he wants to make sure that we're collecting the right amount. And so there may be some discussion as to is it at the 0.3, is it at the 0.4, is it at 0.35, is it something else? Is that for that December 10th meeting, or should we be having some conversation in advance to set that up? I suggest that we should do that. Yes. Because that will give rise to possibly additional information that will be needed for the decision on December 10th.
The other piece would be Councillor Graham's suggestion of funding the Partners in Affordable Housing piece. That would impact the budget, so if that's something that Finance Committee wishes to consider and recommend to Council, what that will allow us to do, both that and a discussion now about the amounts you wish to collect, is that we can then refine the budget that we bring back to you for approval in December.
Okay, so I know that there's deliberation time set in January. That obviously won't affect this.
Yeah.
We do have this afternoon. I don't know if that's too soon, but I would suggest that we at least start that conversation this afternoon so that we can then, because it may give rise to information that needs to come back for us to actually make some recommendation in setting up the December 10th. I wouldn't want it to just go from here to December 10th.
Yes. We also have a meeting on December 5th where we could set aside some time for deliberation. If there's any direction you'd like to give administration today to say, what would that budget look like if you changed X and Y and Z? We can bring that back
I think
for
I'd like
December
to
5th.
have the
Yeah.
discussion this afternoon to start it at least, because December 5th is also getting awfully close to December 10th.
December 10th, yes.
And December 5th is only next week, so we're getting close.
Yes.
So just for setting people's expectations then, what I would like to move now, unless there's any questions or clarification, I would like to move that we then continue D5 at the end of the day, and it will be the discussion and maybe some direction, but that we move, that we now table the remainder of D5 till the end, or till after we're done D3 and 4. Any discussion on that motion? The livability, yeah, D5 is what we're talking about right now. Yeah, we moved it up and now we're also putting it back. We're splitting it into two. Any questions on the motion or comments? No? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so we're going to take a break now. We're going to come back at 11 o'clock.
I might be a little bit late.
No, 5. Streaming? You should just be able to push it. There you go. All right, we are back. And now we're switching gears to utilities. Mr. Como, we're going to move to D3, Water Utility Model. Mic is yours.
Perfect, thank you. So I have several slides to go through. Copies have been shared with council to follow along. Of course, this is, I would invite through the discussion, if there's any questions, please let me know, and we can spend some time on each of the slides. So we'll begin with the water utility rate model for 2025, 2026. And just as a reminder for council, we begin by determining what our operating expenses are going to be for coming future. We look at our capital planning, growth projections, and then once we have all of those inputs in there, then we determine what's the revenue we need to ensure we satisfy all of our costs. And then with that, we calculate the rates. So on the operating expense side, just again as a reminder, we contract out the bulk of our work to EPCOR Water Services, who provides our water, wastewater, and storm services. They also manage our rehab fund. And then outside of that, we internally look after our power and natural gas costs, the biosolids management, and remember, we've also moved building services in-house as well. We also provide, we do get support internally from staff within the finance team, which I believe was talked about this morning, and our engineering team, as well as our public works team. That's me, plus Shannon. So a number of supports for that, and I thought I had a bit of a better, I think there was some questions on what that looked like within engineering. So right now, for 2025, engineering, we transfer $263,000. For finance, it's about $255,000, and public works is about $346,000. And that's ahead of the corporate admin transfer fund that Chelsea was referring to earlier. So with all of that, it is well over $1 million that we do in transfers to cover direct and indirect costs for the organization to support the utility. And then, so I'm hoping that, I think there was some question about that, but those are some of the details. All right, with that, we also pay EPCOR to do a number of additional services, which is the direct meter reading, which we'll talk about in more detail through the presentation. If we have any backups in the low pressure sewer system, we have funds to cover that. We do ongoing leak detection and repairs. And then, of course, in some cases, they do the capital delivery, but we do access other firms out there as well to deliver projects for us. And we'll come back to that as well in the presentation. Something we did want to add this year that we wanted to highlight is the I&I detection repair. So that's inflow and infiltration. So those are our sewer pipes, mostly in the downtown core. We had cameraed those all and done a condition assessment many years ago. And so we'd had uploaded all that information into the GIS, which we use for planning purposes and tackling any significant breaks. It's been a number of years since we've done that work. We wanted to restart that work and continue, because they do tend to break over time and then actually start to expand that condition assessment into the hillsides as they begin to age. And that's about $200,000 that we want to add.
You indicate that you'll be dealing with meter reading later on?
Yes. All right, so on the capital plan, there's a number of areas where we get details on what that plan should look like. So we still make reference to the 2016 capital plan, the 2022 utility master plan, which includes As you know, one of the appendices is the wastewater treatment plant capacity evaluation. Of course, within that is the regulatory component. We engage EPCOR to understand if there's any operational considerations we need to include, and then we consult with the engineering team, any of the road surface work that they're doing. We want to make sure if there's a need to piggyback on their work, we certainly want to do that. We consider what's off-site eligible. I'll just leave that for now. And then what is the most appropriate funding sources, especially if there's grants. Ideally, we want to be replacing any infrastructure that we're replacing where it's possible. We want to be funding that from reserves instead of taking debt. So, with the capital plan, the first one I want to highlight is Water Treatment Plant 1. We have 2 projects scheduled for 2025 there. So the first one is to replace the chlorine gas, which is what the current method. When we treat the water down there, we have to apply chlorine. We're currently using gas. It's that little green dot that you can see right beside the facility. It's stored outside. It's quite challenging to handle and store. It's quite risky. And it's being recommended that we replace that with a liquid chlorine hyperchloride. So that's what the change is there. It's about $1.1 million to do that. The next one, largely coming out of what the City of Calgary experienced this year with their major water breaks. You can see the line that's there. It's our biggest water line in Canmore at 450 millimeters. It's about 2 kilometers long. It takes you right under the Trans-Canada Highway towards Cougar Point. And it's made up of the same material and the same vintage as the City of Calgary's pipe. So we want to do 2 things there. We want to make sure we have a repair kit on site in case we do have to do an emergency repair. And the other part is we want to complete some non-destructive testing of the water main to see where there are maybe some issues so that we can get those ahead earlier than in the situation the City of Calgary is in.
Andre, is it the same size as the City of Calgary's pipe?
No.
No, it's
Not, no. Theirs is probably 3 times bigger. Yeah.
And then I thought that sections of that had been replaced recently.
The work we had done in there was around lift station 2.
Lift station 2.
So it was the sewer lines, which is pretty new as well. Like if I was to show this on the GIS, there is a significant amount of pipes through that whole area.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was sewer that we were dealing with for lift station 2.
Okay.
All right, next one, wellhead protection, risk inventory and monitoring wells for $220,000. So council got presented with this details of this 2023 study in last September that just passed. And so the idea is to go out and do a containment inventory with the new boundaries. I just wanted to highlight that the pinkish purple that you see on the inside is the current wellhead protection. The dark blue on the outside, so it's a much bigger area, is the new proposed line. And so we want to make sure that we are aware of any of the contamination inventory that's in those proximities, as well as what was recommended in the study was to put in a number of monitoring wells in strategic locations to ensure that we had an early warning detection system in case there was like a spill or not that would impact our drinking water. Okay, let's move to the wastewater treatment plant. So an aerial view. When sewage comes to the plant, it goes into the headworks first, and then it feeds into the rest of the plant afterwards. So that's the insert point. So I'll begin with the scum removal piping. So right now, when we remove the scum from the back of the plant, we take it right back to the front of the plant. We want to redirect the piping so it goes directly into the digester. So we're not trying to retreat something that's already quite, what's the word? Like quite solid. Like it would be it's quite complicated to manage when it's coming in that strong. So we want to redirect that to the digesters. And then the other one is, as you are very much aware, with regulatory changes, we need to start investigating what is the most appropriate technology for our wastewater treatment plant future technologies. So we need to begin that work by doing some testing to see what works best here. There's kind of two competing technologies, and one is cheaper than the other, so it's, I believe, worth the investment to understand if that type of technology will work here based on our effluent quality and our climate. So we'll learn more, and then in, of course, 2026, we'll begin the more detailed design once we've landed on a technology. Okay. Benchlands Reservoir, so this is, sorry, I don't have a shot that shows you farther out, but 200 Benchlands Terrace. You may or may not know that there's a reservoir up there, and you can see the building and actually the reservoir, how big it is underneath that disturbed area. So it's quite big, and it's also called Pump House 4 because we pump water from here. So we pump water into it to store and feed gravity below the elevation, but we also take water from here and pump it up to Silvertip Reservoir as well. So it serves two purposes. The facility has two tanks. One of them has a slow leak on it, so we've actually emptied it and isolated it, so we're only using 2/3 of its capacity. So the intent is to repair that. Okay, lift stations. We have a number of them in town, so we have a number of projects. Lift Station 1, which is close to Centennial Park, and the intent there is we have a generator that failed in 2022. We have a rental in place, and the idea is to replace the generator. Lift Station 9, which is out in Peaks of Grassy, needs to do an upgrade. We have some wet well piping, a control panel, and a flow meter that needs to be replaced. So those are separate projects. Then we also identified, especially in light of what happened in Jasper, is to further ensure that our infrastructure is robust against a fire. So we have a number of projects that will look at Lift Station 5, which is just as you enter Larch, Lift Station 7 in Palliser, this Pump House 4, or Benchlands Reservoir, and Lift Station 10, which is just beside Crossbow Landing. They are, the facilities themselves either have cedar shakes, or they're surrounded by trees, or there's wooden siding, and we need to do some work there to ensure that they are more robust for in case of a fire.
And not the main water sewage treatment plant, like that's surrounded by?
It's concrete and steel.
Okay.
Yeah, so that one we're not looking at.
And there's a pretty good buffer around it from? Okay.
And I would say that I think as we come up with the detailed design, we will also consider if there's more of a buffer that needs to be done all at the same time.
Right. Thank you, Andreas.
So I had a question as well, Andreas. The pricing, I mean, it applies to all of these things. Have these been recently assessed in light of, like we've seen a lot of the engineering projects based on their original amounts, and we recognize through COVID, all of those have to be redone because otherwise it's just a bunch of, have to come back with the new pricing. Have these been priced relatively recently?
Yes, they're post-COVID
Okay.
pricing.
So it's based on current numbers as opposed to a legacy number that's been carried through.
Yeah, these were all reaffirmed in the 2020 UMP, so post-COVID. Okay. And I would say too that, you know, some of this work is quite specialized, so we do to some extent cross our fingers and hope that it's appropriate. But right now, it's our best estimation as to what the project cost will be, with also a regional reasonable amount of contingency as well in case there is something that, you know, especially in light of the U.S. administration, future administration considering 25% tariffs, what that cost implications will be for Canadians and purchasing equipment that might be based out of the U.S.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is a new program that we've not done before. Typically, when we do deep utility replacements, as I mentioned earlier, it would piggyback on engineering services. In light of a number of our pipes that were installed in the mid-60s, in the next 17 years, they will have come to the end of their life, which is 75 years. So we need to go in and begin that process now, because obviously we shouldn't do it all in the 1 year it happens. We need to spread it over in multiple years. To make sure we hit that target of 2041, we need to begin doing that work now, which is estimated to be about $3.5 million a year in hitting the downtown core. So this is South Canmore. This is around downtown to the north into the Larch area, as well as across the river into Rundle Crescent and Rundle Drive. So it's that whole space. And the intent is to increase the pipe size as well at the same time. We can't source 150 millimeter pipes, so we'll be increasing them to 200. Also at the same time, just making sure that we look at what the density use is. So it's important to us to know if densities are going to change in South Canmore or Central Canmore, to make sure that once we're in the ground, we can do those pipes at the appropriate size. We also have material in there, ductile iron, which has a tendency to not be very robust and hold up. So all the pipes will be replaced with PVC. And the intent is not to go in and do any surface changes. So what you see is what you get. The intent is, especially in South Canmore, where we have some sidewalks and a asphalt pathway with a gravel parking lane, is to leave it the same way. We're not planning to do any enhancements or engage the community in any type of change. It's just simply to replace what's underground. So in 2025, because the program
So I just
is-
have a quick question,
Oh,
sorry.
sure.
And I remember when we did the South Canmore street by street, when we did the resurfacing. So my question is, in other parts of Canmore where we haven't done that in the last 10 or 15 years, not that we're looking to add anything, but will there be any road improvements in general in terms of what's on top of those pipes, or no?
Yeah, good question, because right now, if you drive through South Canmore, which is another good reason to move forward with this project,
Yeah.
it looks like a quilt. Like there's
In some
patches.
neighborhoods, yeah, because
Yeah.
there's been so many.
Well, because we did the work, engineering did the work.
Yeah.
And we didn't replace the infrastructure underneath. So
Right.
we had tie-ins, we've had failures, and part of the strategy also is if you've got a home, like a street, a block that is all R2, and they have one service, just similar to what we did with Hospital Hill.
Yeah, you're gonna pre-service
We'll
everything?
add a second service in so that when they upgrade, there's no impact into the road surface.
And so will we be doing a better job of the locates for those utilities on the other side of the road than we did on Hospital Hill? Knowing that that was done 20 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Strive to do well. Yeah, we learned a lot from it. Yeah.
I have a,
And, oh, sorry.
you had mentioned the question of whether or not there'll be increased densities. Is this neighborhood deep utility replacement all South Canmore, or does it go into the Lions Park Larch area?
Yeah, it goes downtown, so connect downtown. We need to understand what's happening there. That's why 2025 is simply going to just develop a plan, a schedule, so that we can refine our capital costs and do it more prudent, so that, you know, we're going to probably start down more in South Canmore, right, where there's still R1, and then move into those areas as the planning becomes a bit more refined.
So then how how would we know if we need more capacity for infill density for the pipes? Like, other than connect downtown, if there's potential for more infill, is there a process that is this process gonna look at different options?
Well, I would say there's kind of two parts that, like, right now, the plan, if land use doesn't change, the plan is to replace what's there based on land use, based on zoning.
Okay.
So, and also, there's a little bit more capacity generated simply because you can't get 150 millimeter pipes anymore. So we'll create a little bit more capacity there. So I think there's some opportunity for some that, you know, the Connect Downtown or future councils to reconsider what the density is. But it would be really beneficial to have that information prior to any work commencing. That to say that, you know, the plan will do the best it can based on current information, but it will be flexible enough to change based on, you know, like the CRPS site, we did not expect that.
Yeah. So we wouldn't do this plan in 2025, and then in 2026, with a new council, perhaps hypothetically increase densities, and then have to do a new plan. The plan could be increased for those densities.
Well, and the plan could, you know, as densities increase, really the biggest change is just the pipe diameter,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it's like, if we're heading down this road, it would be good to plan from the start for increased capacity if we might need it.
Yeah, and you know, I don't want to force council to be making any future decisions, but and this isn't intending to do that. We will do the best we can with the information we have at the time, and flexible enough that if future councils do change density, that we can pivot. Yeah.
So is the Larch ASP still on the books for the capital plan in the next 3 years?
It still shows up as unfunded.
But it's still in the capital plan for the next 3 years then, unfunded?
It's, yeah, for
Yeah.
unfunded.
So we can change that, which would then inform that other half of the valley, or the valley bottom to a certain extent. Okay, thank you.
And just the intent is to still piggyback on engineering's road surface work wherever their priorities are, and then run this in parallel at the same time. And likely what will happen in 2041 is the next section of pipes from the 70s will be up. And so this, I anticipate, well after I'm gone, that this will be an annual reoccurring program. They'll just run on indefinitely. And I believe it's quite beneficial as well because it will help significantly with our water loss, and because it deals with the sewer pipes, it will also support any of the I&I work that we do.
I have a question.
Inflow and infiltration, so that's the sewer pipes where there's a crack, groundwater can enter. And
So I'm just assuming that you're would replace the piping that's there now with the same size that's there now, or would you increase it so that you have future capacity? Let's example, you brought up the, over here at the CRPS. So you would put in a larger capacity in that area, or all of it?
so there's kind of three things. One, we're going to change the pipe material, so
Yeah.
PVC, so more durable. We're going to likely increase the pipe size just because of access to the pipe diameter today. It's slightly larger. And then the other consideration is what's the zoning? So if it is R2 or R4, that will likely have an impact on the pipe that's being suggested to be installed.
Thank you.
And those costs are fairly minor. Like the
Okay.
biggest cost is digging and resurfacing. Pipe diameter is minimal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, thanks.
So a change, if the density changes, is really not a big impact, but it's certainly better to do it beforehand, yeah. All right. Next, Distribution leak detection phase 1, there's 2 phases to this project. And again, in the effort to help address water loss in our water system, this is to put meters on some of our larger distribution lines so that we can see where where we're starting to see losses and help kind of hone in our EPCOR's leak detection team and where they're doing the work. The first phase is to put some water meters on the crosstown feeder main. So this is the one that runs underneath the engine bridge over towards the rec center. And so it will also, the intent to find leaks, but also see them before they become a real problem. So the intent is to have them be aware of these much earlier as well. And the other benefit too, if you recall last year where we had asked the community for water restrictions because we were having issues with water balancing, this will help it with that issue as well when a PRV is not necessarily functioning as well as they should.
Those numbers,
The math isn't mathing.
math isn't mathing.
Oh, sorry.
That's the total of all.
Well, it is.
Okay, okay. Okay.
I've done some quality control here. This is the total for 2025, not this slide.
Okay, so-
Those 3 added to all the previous slides.
All the ones I
That's
just
it.
shared. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then Andres, do we know how much those leaks cost us yet? Do we have like an annual number on what water loss costs us?
No. That's tough because there's the chlorine, there's energy costs and pumping, when we find repairs. So I don't know, we're not even sure what we would include in that cost, but there is, it's just not appropriate to be treating all of that water and then allowing it to go into the groundwater and know about it.
Right. I guess if we're losing 25% of our water, we could kind of deduce some numbers from that.
Well, we certainly aren't making any money off of it either, which is the other side of the coin.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we only charge, if
Well,
we lose
people-
23%, we're only charging 77,
Right.
477.
Okay, thanks.
Andreas, are these all the 2025 capital plan projects or are these new ones?
Sorry?
Like, is this the full capital plan for water and wastewater?
Yes.
Okay. And then was there
Yeah,
some?
there's no other ones. I wanted to share the details on all of them.
Okay. And then, was there something in the 25 capital plan related to the odor issue? Or was that a project that we did this year?
Yeah, that one, it's an existing project, so council will see this coming
December 3rd.
December 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And so the idea, and we weren't sure how to deal with that. So clearly we need to do a phase 2 for odor control. We had $2 million approved for, well, we didn't really have it was just odor control. And there was a number, so we shared those details with council. There was a number of recommendations. The intent was to go with phase 1, which was to do iron dosing at the front of the plant. That dealt with H2S, but it didn't deal with the other odors coming out of the plant, certainly not to the community's satisfaction. So we continue to have concerns raised to us. And so we tried to figure out how best to deal with that project to move forward with phase 2 because there wasn't enough approved in the phase 2 project. So we needed to increase that value so that those details will be coming to council. They are, though, that extra cost is in the model, but right now I guess it's technically a 2023 project.
Oh, okay, so it would be.
So we're just gonna,
Oh,
we're gonna rescope it to add phase 2 and increase the budget slightly, fund it from reserves.
Work in
And that
progress.
decision point will be in front of council, and the reason for that is there's quite a lead time for the specific technology.
So I was going to ask about that too when you were finished this. So good question, Tanya. The salt or the treatment that the iron salt that's been treated, has that now been incorporated for every year as part of the operational costs?
Yeah, the
'Cause I imagine we
purchasing
need-
of the salt is now in the rate model as an ongoing operating cost.
Okay, and then, and so then the additional work for the phase 2 is part of the model?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was kind of right, because we're close to the end of the year, and
Yeah.
so it's captured in there, but I'm glad you raised that. The intent is to share more details and seek council approval in a
Right.
week and a half, 2 weeks?
Next week.
Next week? Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm hoping, based on what I shared today, that one is pretty quick.
So are you going to speak to the water meter replacement and the water treatment and
Yes.
supply study?
Yep. So the water treatment supply study was recommended in the 2022 UMP. As we progressed in their water modeling and what is being projected out in Three Sisters, there were some periods where there may not be the ability to supply the water at the far end of build-out. The other part that came up, which was a huge impact on this, was our commercial agreement for water supply with TransAlta. They actually have a limit, and that is the first condition that we need to meet before we meet our total withdrawal from the reservoir. And so with those limitations, there's some further work that needs to be done to understand what the impact is going to be and understand what some of the options are to address those. So, we could really petition TransAlta and the province to allow us to expand the commercial rate. At this point, there's been no appetite by TransAlta to open this, I think it's a mid-60s agreement, commercial agreement. There are some other opportunities as well. We could add another well in Pump House 1 or Water Treatment Plant 1 downtown that could supply more water. And the other is more operational, as we could withdraw more water during non-peak times at night, but we need to store it somewhere. So we would be looking at expanding our water storage.
Right. Yeah, because we have enough in our
License.
water license.
Yeah.
It's just about rate.
It's the
of flow.
withdrawal rate. That's the issue, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Jeff, did you have a question about that?
This is more like a big picture question. Like I know there's this looming thing in the background about the whole regulatory piece. Was it phosphorus or fluoride? I can't remember.
That's the wastewater treatment plant?
Yeah.
Our effluent limits will be changing in 2030, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And that, there's two there, yeah. There's total nitrogen, and then phosphorus is cut in half.
And are we at I'm just trying to remember how this is going. Are we at a crossroads situation where the current technology we have for us to be able to meet the regulatory would be a really big leap in funding?
Yeah, so 40 million, of the initial projections, there's some to increase this capacity of the wastewater treatment plant, but then there's also an addition to meet the regulatory requirement, because our BAF system doesn't currently treat for that. And so there has been some advocacy that's still ongoing around that regulatory piece, either for funding or some other way. Obviously, we don't want to have a different regulation applying to us than others, but is there a different way that we can get there or assure that we get funding? That's the other piece.
Yeah.
But it's all, I would think it's all part of the design. I mean,
Right.
the status quo is we are required to meet that regulation, and we're going to have to find a way to do it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, are we spending a lot of money to improve a Volkswagen, or we just have to get rid of it and get an Audi at a certain point? That's what I'm trying to comprehend of all these expenses.
There are, and I think this was shared with council, there are components of the existing plant that will be remained, that we will continue to be able to utilize into the future. A lot of it's the back end, like the BAF, that Mayor Krauser just mentioned.
Yeah.
That technology is not gonna be able to manage the new effluent. So we have to shift that piece. So what we've invested in those 10 concrete bunkers, they may be able to be utilized for something else. We don't know yet until we do more investigation, but currently that's going to be somewhat mothballed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's the new pool.
Rec center.
I would, yeah, I'd use some.
And the water meter replacement, is that just the ongoing process?
Well, this one here is, yeah. The water meter replacement has initially was introduced as a capital because they were starting to age, right? They were kind of started to be installed in the late 90s. So think of them as our cash registers. We want to make sure they continue to function. They have a lifespan about 15 years, 16 years. And so that's how we introduced the meter replacement. But then it was a regular thing, so we put it into operating, and then we had put in a value that increased with inflation, but it did a handful each year, like 100, 150 meters. And technology has changed, so we have these ones where they can be read, you know, with someone driving by in a truck, or even better yet, aerial passes that they can do a meter read like ATCO does right now.
Yeah.
And so, because right now, one of our cycles, it takes EPCOR at least 2 weeks to go from door to door, like from side, you know, that black puck on the side of the house, and collect all those readings. So it's really inefficient, and it's expensive for them to do that, because they do that every 2 months. And so the idea is we could follow current status quo, which is what we've done the last several years, is we just do so many each year, and probably 12 plus years we'll get them all done, converted over. But we believe that it's prudent for us to expedite that to go to the next 3 years. And that's what this is. So we've taken out of operating, we've now reinserted it as a capital project, as a standalone, with the intent to expedite the replacement. And we feel that there's financial benefit, and we want to be gaining, you know, achieving that sooner rather than later.
This new meter technology will then decrease our operational costs.
Sorry?
This new technology will result in decreased operational
Decrease,
costs
yes.
because you don't need to have that 2-week thing happening every 2 months.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
So the idea is there'll be a one for 2025, there's a one for 2026, and one for 2027. So moving on to 2026. Once we have landed on the appropriate technology to be determined in 2025, is to begin the detailed design work in 2026 for $2.7 million. Also at the plant, again, the grit separator, which is in the headworks building at the front, is to replace, there's 2 of them right now. We have a primary one that's 6 millimeter wide grate. We have a secondary one or a backup that's 15. We want to increase that one to a 6 millimeter so that we can, as we incur more growth and we have to have both of them online, that we're achieving the 6 millimeter effluent screening. Also with that work, we've noticed that there would be benefit, if you've ever been in that room, is to add an exhaust fan as well, because it's offensive. So that's what that project is for $1 million. And then the water heating system is to replace the boiler that's in there. If you recall, the plant was commissioned in 1997, so it's 25 plus years old, and all related piping to the boiler system, as well as replace the makeup air systems in the plant for $2.13 million.
Hey, Andreas?
Yes?
So with regards to that grit separator replacement and exhaust fan, like, I don't doubt it smells bad in there, but if we exhaust it out, does that just compound a problem elsewhere in the community?
It could be a source, but we believe the phase 2 is more at the back of the plant. Like, headworks is one thing.
Okay.
You gotta burn your clothes when you come out of the back of the plant. Like,
Okay.
It's really bad.
Okay.
Where the dewatering occurs.
Yeah.
The sludge.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't cause everyone else in the neighborhood to burn their
Good
clothes.
good question. We're discharging more air, but, yeah.
Andreas, for the water heating system replacement, if we're gonna upgrade the whole treatment plant, would we be replacing things that we may not use?
No. Yeah, so this one, these would be part of the planned infrastructure that would remain, yeah. Okay, Grassy Reservoir Booster Station. So you can see the parkway up there to the top to help orientate you. Its Peaks of Grassy is to the top left corner, and you can see part of the Windmark Hotel up there. So the reservoir, similar to the Benchlands Reservoir, is underground. It's a big tank. We fill it from Pump House 2, or Water Treatment Plant 2. I gotta get used to saying that. The idea is as development continues out in Three Sisters, we need to begin the design work to add additional capacity, about 4,000 cubic meters of space, as well as the booster station so that we can hit 70 liters per second. Currently, we can only hit 43 liters per second. And the idea is to do the design now with construction in 2027. Now some work that engineering is scheduled to take on, and this is down in Teepee Town. And so you can see the orange line is the sewer line and the blue is the water line. And so the idea is to begin that design work in 2026 with the construction to take place in 2027 for the water and sewer lines. And then you can see the section from 13th Street to 17th Street along Bow Valley Trail, the sewer line as well. And the idea is to increase the pipe sizes from 150 millimeters to 250 to ensure that we can supply services to the growth that's expected down there. And the one on Bow Valley Trail has a bigger impact going from 250 to 300 millimeters. So we always keeping in mind when we're going to replace the pipe, what's the appropriate size based on future density uses. Next, in 2026, is Lift Station 4. So that's the one near Mountain Shadows by the playground. The generator is approaching its end of life, and so we're going to replace it with a new diesel generator as well as the transfer switch. Lift Station 8 is near the Tipple Mine across from the wastewater treatment plant, down there in the bottom right corner. And this one is a generator that's supplied with natural gas, and in light of what happened in 2013, natural gas lines severed, that this is an effort to replace all of our generators with diesel fueled so that it's easier to supply in light of a disruption.
Is there a reason that we just stick with some sort of fuel as opposed to a renewable source?
Diesel is like natural gas. There's fire risks, of course, but actually it's mostly to do with supply. It's easier to get diesel fuel flown in if we needed to ensure that this infrastructure without power can continue to operate.
But you wouldn't go, presumably because you wouldn't get enough from it, but you wouldn't go to a solar or wind or anything like that?
Yeah, we would need a little bit of a solar farm around these with the amount of power that they require. Yeah. And again, it's just a backup, right? We turn them over once a month to ensure that they're operational, but they never, except for really bad situations, are required to be operating on a regular basis.
So just to follow up though, have we ever looked at, and I know that this was brought up, 6-7 years ago, just as a point of discussion, I don't think it went anywhere, but you can get now mini nuclear units that are incredibly safe, that could power a whole town our size. And I don't know if there's ever been any analysis done on whether that would be appropriate, savings, GHG reduction, et cetera.
I have not looked at that, but again, I just want to remind you that this is for emergency situations only, so that's where power is cut off to the site, and it still needs to be operational. So that sounds something more like it's centralized in feeds where These are,
Yeah, they're buried deep and apparently quite safe, but.
What's the life cycle on a generator?
I think it's 25 years.
That's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
I have a question. Who does the repair and maintenance on things like the generators? Is it EPCOR or is it us?
EPCOR does part of their contract. They oversee that they're being, they're the ones who actually turn them on, and if there's any work that needs to be done, they coordinate.
Okay, cool. Because, yeah, like the helps extend the lifespan of an asset if we keep it.
Yeah.
Nice, okay.
Okay, now, again, this doesn't add up as well, but it's a total of all the 2026 proposed projects. Distribution leak detection, so this is phase 2 of the 2-year cycle. This one would look at a high-pressure distribution line out in Three Sisters between Hubman and Landing. It's a 350 millimeter pipe as well. The neighborhood program, this is at 3.5, so in 2025 it was $500,000 to do the plan, and then we would actually begin the work in South Canmore likely in 2026 and so on. So that's what that cost is, and then this would be the second of 3 years for the water meter replacement in 2026 for a total of $11.5 million in 2026. Yeah. One thing I also wanted to highlight, we have a service agreement with a number of firms to deliver capital projects. If you recall, in the current agreement with EPCOR, where they were responsible for all of the capital works, we peeled that out of the agreement, so we had more flexibility and making sure that we had some competitiveness, that we had put it out to 4 different firms, or we landed on 4 different firms, sorry. And what we're finding is they do deliver good work, but there seems to be turnover within these firms. We're almost starting over again in some cases. It's quite frustrating. And some of the work that we're doing is not specialized enough to require necessarily a consultant to do it, that could be delivered in-house with our own utility project manager. And so we are proposing for 2025 a position to do for a utility project manager. We've got a number of projects that we've identified to be funded for them to deliver. And we've also reduced the price of those projects by the cost for them to deliver these projects. So we hopefully will get support for that position going forward, and we believe it will save money and make projects be delivered on time. And then just looking out at the remainder of the capital plan, these are the costs. This total does not include 25 and 26. This is just 27 to 2030, the 125 million. And of course, the big ones is we have an inlet lift station upgrade scheduled for 2027. That is the well that all the wastewater at just outside the Headworks building requires an upgrade. And then the other big one, of course, is the wastewater treatment plant scheduled for 2029 for $64 million. That right now the plan is assuming at least 20 million in grants, but none of that has been secured. So with all that capital work and a nice nod from the finance team, just a reminder for council, especially with those big costs coming down the pipe, that there's a reminder of a debt management policy that council has, specifically around the debt servicing limits. And section 27 that says the town shall not exceed debt servicing costs of 22% of the utility user fees and levies. So when you look at this table, you can see by 2030 that we will have exceeded it into 26% and greater. You can see it starts to taper into 2034. Likely some projects come off the books, but we will have exceeded that. And just a note to council that policy will have to be reviewed. Or
What's the magic of 22%?
I actually not sure where that number came from.
It's just It's just,
I'm hoping it's not arbitrary.
like, yeah, no, I think that there's some rationale behind it. It just seems like a strange number, and it actually seems low for debt servicing.
Anyway, just a heads up.
Can I just, on this, and it might be more of a question for Chelsea, but this shows the impact really of the wastewater treatment plant, but we also know that there are other currently unfunded capital projects that we would want to be taking debt for, most notably something like the RCMP detachment, right? So this, I just think it's important that trend that shows where we would be at versus the policy, in this scenario only shows the perspective of water wastewater projects. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is debt that's specific to the utility versus the revenue specific from the utility. This is a very utility-specific piece and does not consider the debt servicing, to your point, that we would take on anything that would be tax-supported, like any major new facilities, or any of the, once we get to capital, there are a couple other projects on the tax-supported side that we are potentially recommending debt financing for. This calculation is specific to the utilities debt and the specific, or in the utilities revenue. We also have debt servicing limits on the tax side driven by the MGA and different requirements, but to your point, this is all utility specific.
So this, the red zone for the tension with our current policy doesn't happen until 2030. That's outside of 5 years. Would we be looking at that policy as part of this process, or would it come back to us at some point, council at some point in the coming years?
I'd recommend it come back later. It's quite far into the future. And I think we need some more input from council on the rest of the capital plan to understand how that might need to change.
And this is more of a heads up then. And if we happen to receive more than $20 million in grants, for example, in that wastewater treatment plant, that would have a significant impact on the amount of debt that would need to be taken. Okay.
Does this modeling take into account new accounts and new, okay, based on what we know is happening? Thanks.
Yeah, more water sales, new accounts. Yeah. Conservatively, but I actually have a slide that shows our best guess. Rick is great at massaging it to make sure everything lines up, but you just don't know what the public's going to do.
For sure.
Yeah.
Our intent with this is really more as an early warning that we know of the direction that this is heading, particularly with those projects. So that's why we're not recommending revisiting the debt management policy today. Definitely a good flag. The 22% predates me. I think it would be prudent to go back and look at what that 22%, I think it served us well in the past, but worth revisiting at some point based on the trajectory we're on, but not necessarily, again, it is a few years out. Not saying we need to change that today, but again, the path that we're on doesn't align with that direction that we'd had historically.
Andreas, sorry, we're all super formal with first names here today. I don't know why, but sure. Canadians are some of the worst, they use the most water across the world. Is it prudent for us to kind of start considering more strategies to, or do we consider strategies to help us, encourage us to use less water?
Well, I would say that, I'm not sure how Canada ranks, but I would say that my understanding is Canmore in the province of Alberta is one of the lower per capita water users.
Okay.
We're pretty good here for a host of reasons, but it's not as big a concern, I think, in other regions of the country. That said, we could still, I think there's still some opportunity for reducing water use, for sure. Yeah.
Such as?
Well, Well, it's the usual. I mean, part of the reasons why we don't have the same water use is people don't have as big lawns here, or lawns, right? Like, that's a big factor in there. And that does count full-time residents as well. It's not removing the people who are here part-time, that we are lower. And, then it's the usual stuff, right? Like 5-minute showers, the stuff that we've been hearing since we were kids, right? On how you can save water, right? Like just nagging my son to get out of the shower.
That's a universal thing, isn't it?
It seems to be, yeah.
You can't get them in the shower, and then you can't get them out of the shower.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, I'm doing okay with the first one. But then I can't get them out. Yeah.
Andreas, I know that we, in the past, have really focused on water conservation for residential use. But I've noticed over my years of working in restaurants that the number one way that food establishments thaw frozen goods is to run water over it for hours. The water is just flowing all day long. And I'm just wondering if that's something that's ever kind of come up in sort of like that, in the commercial side for an area for conservation.
It hasn't, like we've largely stayed out of the commercial area because, there's a certain expectation that, as a business that you obviously want to maximize your profits, and by doing that is you want to ensure that your waste is as low as possible. And there may be reasons why they do that. I don't know. We tend to not get into the business of the commercial areas, and they're so different that it would be hard to have some input into how some of them operate, and they may not even appreciate hearing from us.
It surprised me how much water is used to just thaw food. And
Well, and water's one thing now, they're heating the water too, that's an energy bill, like natural gas but,
anyway, thank you for
yeah,
fielding my curiosity question.
you bet. All right, so yeah, this is just simply intended to serve as a heads up. At some point, future council will need to be aware of this. Of course, the timing, if we're successful in securing additional grant dollars, this may or may not be an issue, but right now it is.
Yeah, I was just going to say also, just climbing on Councillor Graham's comment, is also our aging infrastructure. If we have 23% ourselves wasting, we have to invest in that to even knock our own numbers down first.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's across Alberta, Canada, right?
Okay, so, and again, trying to, I think to Councillor McCallum's, we do also anticipate infrastructure growth. We get refinements on our power and gas use each year. We get a mild year, we're gonna use less natural gas. Power tends to stay the same. We have rehabilitation work, so it's that between operating and capital, that work we need to do. Then I mentioned already the internal transfers we do to fund positions and work within finance, engineering, and public works. And then we consider new accounts, and an increase with that is water consumption as well. And that tends to fluctuate, as you'll see here in the next slide. For 2023, this is based on actuals. The 15 millimeter, sorry, you can't see the red so well. Red it's a negative. That's our residential size meters. So we had expected so much water used to be going towards the residential sector. It actually was less than 4% less than what we had projected. Trending for this year, we're at 0, so we're exactly bang on based on readings up till the end of October for the residential, and then the rest of it is the commercial sector. And The bigger the meter, the more water they use, like a brewery, you know, a laundry facility would use the bigger meters and so on. So you can see we do our best guess. What's really important, doesn't matter so much how much it fluctuates inside of but it's the overall that I think is really mostly important. Is last year we sold more water by 5% than we anticipated. So again, we typically would want to use a conservative approach, because we would rather be on that side than the other. And then right now trending, we're about 1% higher than what we had proposed in the model. So still in a good place, and everything is above or even, other than the 25 millimeter. All right, so now we've put all our inputs in the model. You've likely seen this before. What does it cost? What does the revenue increase need to be to ensure that we hit our $8 million reserve target by year 5? That's kind of the approach we've taken historically. And the 2024 budget right now is sitting at 13.9%. So when we look at 2025, to satisfy those costs, we need to be at add 16% increase in revenue to percent. This is millions. 16% of 3.9 gets you to 16.1. And then another 16% in 2026. And I know this is what council's approving for budget for the next 2 years, but the idea is also to do this in 2027, another 16%, and then it can reduce down to 11%. And then it slows over years. You can see that in the reserve balance table. We tends to escalate quite a bit in the latter part of the table, and that's where there's more play. But due to a number of things that we've talked about today, wastewater treatment plant, the neighborhood, deep utility work, all of those extra costs, just inflation, requires us to add 16% to ensure that we have sufficient funds in the 5-year term and actually not be in a negative situation in reserves for the immediate term as well. So we'll go through that in a little bit more detail. So that's the impact right now.
I just want to do
sure.
a time check with everyone. What I propose is that we go through to 12:30 to see if we can get done all of this. And if we're okay with that, we didn't start till 11:05, so it's only been just over an hour. And then, of course, we'll take an hour break for lunch when we do break for lunch. But is everybody okay continuing till 12:30? Okay. Sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
No, I'll try to get through this. I think a half an hour will be really good.
Yeah.
So, as a comparator, we have a distinction in the model between the water and wastewater. It's usually a third, 2/3, and then the comparator between the fixed and variable, which we often have to play with, and then the commercial versus the residential, which I thought a little bit deeper dive in there. I noticed a few things to share with council today. So on the water, wastewater, you can see it's about a 40-60 split in the costs to manage each of those. It used to be a third, 2/3, you can see in 2023, but it continues to change based on the types of projects that are coming down the pipe. There's more on the water side than there is on the wastewater side. Similarly, and it's not anticipated to change. I think the 40-60 seems to be a really good split going forward. On the fixed and variables, so the fixed is what we charge each home or each commercial account if they use water or not. That's just to have the infrastructure in place, and then the variable is based on the amount of water that they consume. And so historically, that was a 53-47% split, but since 2023 and beyond, it has remained really around the 55-45. Shouldn't be surprised, our fixed is higher than the provincial average, but in light of our system and our demographics, it's where we need to land to supply the model. And then the last one is a split between commercial and residential. And I just wanted to highlight, this one table is, we instilled this several years ago, but what we charge for the 15, as the meters increase in size, we charge more on the fixed rate. And so we continue to comply with that in our model. And then you can see the commercial residential split is about 54-46 between the two. But that said, this one here is kind of a new table where we have, there is a chance, like there's more commercial than what we've done than on the residential side. They use a significant amount of water, so, you know, thawing out hamburger meat with hot water for sure. And based on where it stayed and leveled off, and with the level of tourism, I do wonder if that's going to increase on the commercial side and decrease on the residential side. So just something that we'll start to monitor more closely, is that split over time. And then the reserve balance, as I mentioned, we want to ensure that we are hitting the $8 million target, which you can see is the reserve target balance in red at the bottom, and the blue is what our balance is. The -5 line, last line is the 5-year plan. And you can see that with all the capital projects that are in there, and hitting 16% still gets the reserve balance in 2026 at less than $1 million. Not a lot of a buffer. You know, I think to Mayor Krausser's point earlier, that, you know, the confidence that administration has in our budget costs, if we miss the mark and we need to come back to council for additional funds, it makes it a bit more challenging, because there isn't a lot sitting there at the time. That said, we do see it start to go up over the 8 million mark in year 5. So the tricky piece is, and you'll see this when we see the rate impact, is we were trying to find a balance between making sure that we covered all the costs that are identified, having an appropriate target within the reserve balance, and not having the rates go up astronomical. Mm-hmm. And we are in a position where the rates are going up significantly, and we wanted to find that balance.
Am I correct from understanding from previous years that when we see a line like that going up, that's artificial, because it really doesn't work into the future capital projects that will utilize that reserve past a certain point? And so we're actually not trying to accumulate some massive reserve that we're sitting on. That blue line doesn't actually go up that in practice, because as you go each year, you add capital projects, and that eats the blue line, so it doesn't do that. It's more like this, hopefully.
Exactly, and I would say I would direct council to look mostly at the first 10. That is more likely what's going to happen to 2035, and you can see at that point boy, it would be a nice situation if we did have more than 25 million in reserves and be able to manage all of our operating and capital costs.
But it's a balance, because if the more excess reserves you have, the higher the rates have been to get there, and so it's actually having the rates too high to get a reserve that's too high. You have to have that balance to keep. It's like, well, it's overtaxing. You don't want to overtax to the point that you don't foreseeably need it. You want to have the right amount of reserve, not 2 or 3 times that amount.
That's right. Yeah. And we'll likely, as inflate, we may have some projects that come in way higher in the future. All of our capital, like the deep utility replacement plan, is here in this model.
Yeah.
Out the 40 years.
Yeah.
Or the 20 years, sorry. Okay, so now the impact on rates. So most notably on the residential side for 2025, there is a 12.9% impact on the ratepayer. Assuming a 15 cubic meters of water per month use, the impact is about $183 increase. So currently in 2024, the average home bill was about $1,429. Now it's going to be an additional $183 based on the rates to satisfy the model. For 2026, it's 14.6, an additional 235. So by 2026, the annual fees for the water side will be about $1,800 a year. And you can see what the impact is. The percent change is somewhat a little bit misleading. They're not the same because the separation between water and wastewater increased at different rates based on the slides I'd shown earlier, the difference between the two. It's a little bit more leveled off in 2026, and they do seem high, but if you look at the impact, again, using 15 cubic meters of water, so what the actual cost to what their bill is going to look like, is more reflected in the top portion there. So they'll see a 12, almost 13% increase in their overall costs at about $183 a year, and then 14.5%.
So that for the average residential account, you're looking at about $15 a month in 2025 and another $20 a month in 2026.
Yes.
So over the 2 years, an increase of $35 a month.
Yes. And then on the commercial counts, it varies, but its averages from 12.3 to 12.8% in 2025, and similar in the 14% range for 2026.
I just note, if people are just following along in these slides and you're wanting to refer back in your notes, it seems to be blacked out on a number of these, so you'll want to write down which years these apply to, and the overall increase of 235 is actually sort of cut off there. So if you're wanting to make those notes, make sure you capture that.
Mr. Kuma, how does this compare to other municipalities?
You know what, I'm not sure what rates are being proposed for 2026, or sorry, 2025 next year in other jurisdictions. We see older ones. Based on our 2024, we would be at the higher end for rates, yeah. Especially on the fixed side.
You know, one of the things that, just on that question, some years back, it was led by Banff, but there was a number of municipalities involved in a comparator type model to try to compare the costs, and I believe we started at sort of the wastewater and treatment plants, because I know Mr. Como was quite involved in providing lots of information. And one of the things that really, or there was a few things that came out of that process. One is you kind of think you're already starting it comparing apples to apples, and you're really not. Everybody's situation is different. How they have to move water based on their terrain, based on availability, and then how they treat it. We have a bath system versus others. Why do we have a bath system? Well, it might have been due to footprint at the time that it was chosen. So you have different circumstances, and then you have different things happening to them. The regulatory changes are affecting us differently than they will affect somebody else. And so you actually have to do a lot of modification to even try to figure out apples to apples. And so it's actually not really helpful to know what's happening in other municipalities unless you understand their circumstances as compared to your own. And then you can start to try to draw some conclusions, but even then, it's with a great big asterisk.
That's right, that was the municipal benchmark.
Yeah, municipal benchmarking initiative. So it's actually a very difficult thing to do. And then you also start to have people dropping out when they don't want to provide the information anymore if they are actually seen as the more expensive, because they don't want everybody comparing to them, and that doesn't work well for them locally. So it's actually very difficult to get this information, and then once you have this information, to really understand whether it's comparable. It's very, very comparable.
that pipe their water in will always be the most expensive.
Yeah,
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, it really-
Okotoks and Airdrie.
yeah, very, 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 very different circumstances for all of these communities.
One of the, I remember we try to be, 100% rate supported, right? But there's a lot of municipalities who still offset some of those costs through tax support. And so, again, not being able to have a really clear comparator because of the way, often even the way they fund the program or fund parts of the program.
If we had reserves, like, we would invest those and we would get a return on those investments, correct? And that may offset some of the debt costs that we are incurring?
What was the first part of the question? I didn't hear it.
Reserves interest.
Are the reserves being invested?
Do we invest the reserves? Or would we invest the reserves if we had
Yeah,
reserves?
we do.
Yeah, so to the extent that we have reserves, utility, non-utility, all of our reserves are cash-backed and invested in income-earning portfolios with an eye to making those dollars work as hard for us as they can to offset the increases we see on the cost side.
We're quite limited in what we can invest in though too, because they're public dollars.
Correct, yeah. So, sorry, as much as I say we invest them with an eye to growth, also prudently and in alignment with the MGA requirements that do limit the amount of risk we could take. Again, fairly so, considering it's the public dollars. We want to ensure that they're available in the future to address these costs.
I would add, though, the model doesn't consider the interest on the reserve, but each year or each 2 years we update the model, the current balance is updated, which would reflect the interest. Okay. I wish I had a better story for this slide, but it's a tough one. And then just in summary, the impacts, of course, the regulatory changes requires us to have a big cost down the immediate, in the short term. The deep utility replacement program at $3.5 million a year. Escalating construction costs. Discussions with project managers, I'm hoping that they're starting to level off, but we'll know better when we go into 2025. And then, of course, what the finance team has talked about, which is this corporate administration transfer for utilities, is about $250,000, which was added this year, and so on. So those have impacts. 1% in revenue. Actually, this equates to more like 2% in revenue. That's the impact for the. I think this was one of the questions asked earlier by council. So 1% generates about $130,000, and so it's roughly 2% impact on the rates. And then a couple of options that I believe will be coming to council at some point through the finance committee is projects to either add or decrease what's being proposed. So we have the I&I, because it's new and it's in operating, it's being floated as an option for council to not go ahead with the $200,000. So that's an option that we're providing council. And of course, the impact being that we'll have pipes leaking, but they would be replaced over time with the deep utility program. So there's that work, but there's a lot of benefit to it as well, because it would include a lot of camera work, which would provide us condition assessment to provide a better plan. But it's there for council consideration if they don't want to move forward with that one. And then, of course, we could continue with the status quo on the water meter replacements, is we just reinsert it back into operating, run it out 12 plus years, but not gain that benefit. Or, as what's being proposed, the capital plan to do that work an expedited fashion over the next 3 years.
Mr. Kumar, what was the operational cost savings on the $2 million on the water meter?
We've estimated to be, if we do it all now, about 1.4 million is a one-time savings. There's benefits in bulk ordering of meters. We would, with the reducing the project from 12 to 3 years, we have 9 years of not having to go out and read individual meters over time. So it's estimated to be about just over $1 million.
But the operational impact?
Yes.
Okay, so 1.4 is doing it all now, the replacement.
Yes, I would, yeah,
But
that's the reason.
how
we want
much do you
expert.
save every year in the meter reading?
We don't know, because how we deliver it, we may still have EPCOR just drive around in the truck. We haven't tested with ATCO to see how successful they would get all the reads. So there's some testing that needs to be done. So we're not sure what the type of meter reading we'd be doing, and each one would have a different cost. So we don't have those. We just know it's going to be a lot cheaper than what it is right now, but we can't say to what extent. So we'll learn more in the next 2 to 3 years.
But wouldn't there have been some assessment that whatever is the most expensive way of doing it in the future is still much cheaper than now to justify doing the expense?
That's right. We like that 9 years of expediting.
Yeah.
We figure it's going to be well over $1 million. So just imagine right now it takes an EPCOR operator 2 weeks every 2 months to drive around. Now it could be a plane that flies over once in one day, like one or two passes, and it's done.
Still not,
But
still not
there's-
following it. That 1.4 spread over 9 years is still less than the cost of it, so it's still a net pay. So I think we're confusing capital versus operational issues. So the capital savings is 1.4, is what I heard you say, but now you're saying that there's actually operational worked into that?
I would say it's the operating is the 1.4
And that's over the course of the 9 years or per year?
over the 9 years.
So we're spending 2.1 to save 1.4?
Oh, no, but we would see that it was just comparing 12 versus 3 years, not in perpetuity.
Yeah, and so that's the operational, or the capital component. To do it all in 3 years versus not 12 years. That's the capital to replace the water meters.
I'm not sure I'm following.
If I can make a suggestion, maybe what we need to do is in the finance committee meeting where we get to a review of the options, we can build out a kind of comparison table of what's in the rate model now and then what the options
Yeah,
would
I
look
think,
like.
I think that there's two things here. One, why do it in 3 years versus spreading it out? And
Yeah.
obviously there's a savings. But two, why are we doing it at all? And
Okay.
I think that there'll be a significant operational savings, makes sense. But we just want to know what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Because I thought the 1.4 was if we just purchased all those meters in one big bulk purchase as opposed to going. The 1.4 was for like if we purchase all the meters we needed at once, one full swoop, as opposed to spreading out those purchases over the 9 years. That was my impression when you said that.
Okay, so that's a takeaway item then.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
so I
I think it's
wouldn't-
a takeaway that
okay,
we can
thank
build out, like, we'll show the status quo, what's in the model, and then what the option is, and break it out that way.
I think we should have a motion or some kind of record around that.
Okay.
So that we don't lose it. Yeah, great. So the thumbs up means you've taken it as a note, or you have a motion?
We could have like a record of like all questions that we're gonna come.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. And then just to help administration in finalizing the budgets, there was a scenario I wanted to pose to council because the impact on the rates is significant enough that the proposed deep utility program for the neighborhood is scheduled right now, 3.5 million per year. What would be the impact if we reduced it to 2.5 million per year? So if we did not change, if we made that change and we did not change the rates, so we generated more money, we would have in 2026 and 2027 over $2 million in reserves. So that buffer that's sitting right now at about $750,000 would be higher. So it'd be less risk. If we wanted to go further and change the rates to mirror what we have right now, so we're okay with $750,000 roughly in 26 and 27, that we could reduce the rates from 13.9 to we would reduce the overall revenue from 16% to 14.5% over 25, 26, and 27. And the impact would be, instead of 12.9% impact, it would be 11.4. So instead of $183 additionally a year, it would be $162. And in 2026, it would go from $235 additional to $208 would be the impact for the year. So just for consideration. But the fallout with that is we would be well beyond the 75-year lifespan of a number of our pipes, because we would extend the length of that program from 17 years to well beyond. So the other side is that there's a risk of these pipes continuing to age and fail and be more costly in emergency repairs.
So so really there's a two-part question here. One, if the committee is wanting to recommend going to 2.5 million years, the question is, are they comfortable with the risk of going beyond the life of some of those pipes before they're replaced? And then if they are, if the committee is comfortable with that, how do we want to see that impact things? Do we want to see it keep the rates as proposed and therefore increase reserves from a $750 to a $2 million reserve balance, which gives more protection there? Or do we want to see it in a reduction in the rates and we would have still the same reserve balance as being currently projected, but less on it? So that's something that when we come back to deliberations prior to approving the rates, this is something that somebody could put forward for discussion if they're interested, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect summary.
Okay. So I'm recognizing we have still the solid waste services rate model, but we are at 12:30. Want to gauge people. Do you want to pick this up after lunch? I'm seeing that now we're at the limit there. So let's take a break. It's 12:33. Let's come back at 1:45. Okay, we're going to come back at 1:45, so it's a little bit more than an hour break, and we'll be fresh to deal with
Like the head works.
up when we're streaming again. Okay, we're back. And we are now moving on to item D4, the Solid Waste Services Utility Model, Part 2 of the Andreas Como Show.
All right, I will begin. So similar to the utility, Simon Robbins, who puts this together, inputs all the operating expenses, does his capital planning, growth assumptions, and then he calculates the rates and the revenues to meet the balance target, reserve balance target. And it's new this year, similar to what we've already talked about, is the corporate administration transfer at $534,000. It's a little bit higher than the utility, but largely because in the utility side, when you back out the EPCOR contract, it's a smaller amount, where solid waste services is all run by internal staffing, so a higher expense. And then, of course, Simon was in front of council earlier to talk about the extended producer responsibility. So on one hand, we have an increased revenue line coming in beginning April 1st that we anticipate will be approximately $1 million, but currently finalized, at least on the collection part, at $700,000, and then the addition of the corporate administration transfer. So I'll just run through the capital projects. It's Boulder Crescent construction. The yard right now is quite tight and difficult to maneuver vehicles through there, so his idea for this one is kind of two parts, but initially to add in some concrete pads so that the ground isn't damaged, and to relocate the leaf and yard waste containers closer towards the scale house that's there. So it's just very difficult for the trucks to pick up and allow vehicles to move in and around the site. Replace a 3-ton collection vehicle, add some, or to replace some pedestrian waste containers that have gotten beaten up and aged over the years. And then the waste management center maintenance, this is two parts. There's a wall inside that they've been putting bales up against, and with repetitive weight and time, the wall has become damaged. And also this is to add a shower stall in the main office area as well. So kind of two parts. And for 2026, for a total of $630,000. And then in 2026, there's just 3 projects: replace a skid steer, as TB Town, and you saw in the utility, more water and wastewater work is going in there, and there's more development going on in there. There's benefit to, there's only one location for garbage and recycling, so they need to add in another site. So it's to provide more infrastructure for the density that's increasing in that space. And then food waste expansion, this is to add 20 more containers in town from the 24 that are already in place, for a total of $700,000. All of these projects, including the 2025, are also funded from reserve. Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious, when we're replacing the 3-ton collection vehicle, do we resell the old vehicle, or do we keep it? What do we do with the old vehicle?
We surplus it at auction.
And the funds go where after?
Yeah.
The
Well,
reserve.
I heard the question.
Back to the reserve.
On the non-utility side. Yeah.
Into,
Solid Waste Services Reserve.
solid waste reserve?
The vehicles that are surplus that relate to the utility go back to this reserve for that utility. The ones that are not related to the utility would go back into the general reserve.
Thank you.
Andreas, so for the food waste expansion, those are essentially the compost bins, correct?
Yeah, the ones you see with the.
With a little artwork?
Yep.
Or, okay, so 20 more of those?
Yes.
Into existing locations, or a bit of mix, like new spots, or?
Well, they won't be a standalone. Okay. They will be combined with what's already there. So if there's a waste container in the recycling, that would be perfect. That's kind of our dream, is the three containers side by side.
So I would Mr. Robbins presented to, excuse me, Mr. Robbins presented to Committee of the Whole.
Yes.
And I'd encourage, take a look at that because he talks about the new ones coming on.
Okay, great, thank you.
I know you were away for that.
Yeah, thanks.
And Mr. Kuma, the TP Town info, so we're talking about like one of those garbage pads.
Yeah, concrete pad with ideally 3 containers if the space permits. But certainly waste first, and then recycling next, and then food waste.
Those things aren't getting any cheaper, are they?
No, no, they're not. Okay, so then, again, going out to the 6-year plan, it's an additional $3.5 million. If you combine the 2027 to 2030, most notable is the Boulder Crescent redevelopment construction in 2030, 1.5 of the 1.6. That's predicated on if transit moves out of that space, then they would utilize that space even better than what it is, more of a drive-through for vehicles, especially as more and more visits occur. And then just, I know it's not in the 6th year, but just as a heads up, the materials recycling facility, the sort line, will be coming up for replacement at $3 million, so another big expense in that area. That one there is split 50-50 reserve and debt.
I would just add to that as well, with regard to the Boulder Crescent, because we do have a council motion related to exploring a reuse center, so that will be presented on the options list that comes to council, so it's not in this right now, but it will be coming forward to Finance Committee as an option.
Yeah, and we'd wait till then to, yeah, okay. All right, and then similarly, we would look at what the reserve balance is, and his balance line is at $650,000 is the red target, and his model's in really healthy position to be able to afford the work that's coming and future work that's coming as well. And then similar to what Mayor Krauser was saying earlier, was obviously out in the future, it's take it with a grain of salt. It's mostly the first 5 to 10 years are, we can count on those values much better. And then the impact on rates, especially with the EPR, the residential recycling is unchanged at 0% for both 25 and 26. And then just on the waste side, we have a 4% increase in rates. And so that's, for the residential side, that's less than $1 a month, or about 10 to 12 bucks a year. And on the commercial side, it's just over $1, so $12 to $13 a year is the impact. The intent is to better understand what the processing costs are going to be around the EPR. We've got a firm pricing on the collection piece. We anticipate that to be about $1 million, which is in line with Mr. Robbins shared with council earlier. And again, it doesn't begin till April 1st. So we wanted to finalize those, see what 1 year would look like, and then at a future point, determine how best to use those funds with input, with direction from council. So still a little bit more to learn and see what the impact is. But at a minimum right now, administration is suggesting, especially based on the EPR revenues that are coming in, is to hold the line at the recycling rates at 0% increase over the next 2 years. So finally, some good news. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Historically, I have both models here, not so much on the solid waste services side, but on the utility side, I don't know if there's, I can pull that up if there's any scenarios that also council wants to look at beyond the ones that we've already shared today. And with that, I would invite any further questions.
At the last, when Mr. Robbins presented, last time we were talking about some sort of study to understand why people don't separate their garbage.
Oh, the waste audit?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that idea captured within this?
Well, usually you would like they just did the waste audit, so now hopefully we make some change to try to improve that.
Yep.
One of the positions being proposed is the waste reduction personnel that can help, do some focus grouping and determine what is holding people back from recycling. There's other programs as well. So those are proposed in here. The idea of doing another waste audit, we would not necessarily recommend. You don't want to do them too often, especially if you're in a period where you're doing a number of these recommendations, right? So if you have someone with a focus on public education, if you want to expand and put another 20 food waste containers, you want to put those in place, let them run for a year, then do an audit again and see if it's made a difference.
Just to clarify, so there is a zero waste position that's being put forward as an option in 2026. So it's not included in what's being presented today or what will be presented in the operating side, but we have indicated it's an option if council wants to put some focus on that area.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for coming back for the 11 minutes. Okay, so we're now going to move to a discussion of the Livability Tax Program budget.
My mic on. Just before we get back into the discussion on the Livability Tax Program, Mr. Irwin was able to work his magic and found the request for decision report on the debt policy, and that 22% was arrived at through research with the Government Finance Officers Association and a scan of what was happening within the province. So at the low end, we had an 18% ratio to debt in Lethbridge, and then Edmonton 22, and kind of the bulk in between. So that 22% was based on that research.
And comparables. Okay.
Yeah.
What year was that done?
2016.
2016, thank you.
Okay, so for discussion, Ms. Gibbons, or Mrs. Gibbons, worked her magic over the lunch hour to pull together for you some illustrations of the impacts of what we had suggested this morning. Couple of caveats. So the primary residence tax column, so on the residential condo at 761,000 median, that 3511 is the total taxes including education requisition, I think, right, Chelsea? Yeah.
Refreshing my memory, so sorry, this was very last minute, I just did this over lunch.
Yeah.
So, correct, so this is based on the 2024 mill rates, so the last mill rates we had available, and I think what you were just alluding to while I was frantically scrambling here to put the paper in front of me, is that it is the total levy, so this isn't just the municipal portion, this is like the total levy paid by these properties, so would be inclusive of the school tax. And I just want to highlight, that's really the only reason we see a distinction there between the tourist home and the non-residential options is because of the school portion is allocated differently. Again, in recent years, the municipal portion of taxes has been set at an equivalent rate for tourist homes, essentially, and non-residential. So that is reflected here. It's just the school tax is different between the two.
So we've been able to pull the numbers for 0.25% of assessed value, 0.3, 0.4, and 0.5. And you'll see at the 0.5, we exceed, or just about the same as the non-residential. So it's the same kind of tax as a commercial property of a similar value. Yeah, anyway, to give you a moment to look at it. There's the education taxes included, so that's where it will confuse. Yeah, sorry.
So this is the total levy, so this would include their standard municipal taxes. So the primary
education.
residents don't pay any livability tax, so this would have just been, if you lived in a residential condo assessed at $761,000, your tax levy for 2024 total would have been roughly $3,500.
So the 0.25, sorry, the 0.25 would include your municipal taxes, your education tax, and the livability tax force.
Yeah,
correct.
Number. Okay, that makes sense, thank you.
And then just at the bottom, we've included, again, that chart to show, based on whichever percentage, how much would be collected in total. Yeah, so you saw it earlier. We just wanted to include it for reference here.
And 0.8 is the top end of what we... And 0.8 is the top end of what we could MGA regulated do.
It's not technically the MGA requirement, but I think it is a consideration that you need to, it's something you need to consider. The MGA requirements is speaking about the difference between your highest commercial and your lowest residential, and that difference can't be more than 5 to 1. We're suggesting you probably don't want to go higher than 5 to 1 on a livability tax rate either, from, yeah, reasonability and so on perspective. It's not technically required by the MGA, but I think it's a sound principle and it makes sense.
And then, again, these are going off of our best guess at how many are going to be in the just residential category, because we obviously don't know that until everyone's filed.
That's correct. And then I had just pulled together, I think, some discussion points for you and options potentially for motions if Finance Committee wanted to make those for Council. And that was just based on the discussion we had this morning. I was just trying to capture the items that you had talked about this morning that needed some decision or no decision. So just trying to be helpful with that. But there was discussion about the setting the rate, looking at potentially this reimbursement of funds for the partners in affordable housing, and then some discussion about the business registry half-time position and potentially funding that from economic development instead of from the livability tax program.
Okay. Were there other slides you were going to share? Okay. So while people think about and let it settle in as to different livability tax program amounts, if we could go to the second slide again, I just want to knock off a couple of these. So starting from the bottom, I move that we direct administration to fund the business registry coordinator 0.5 FTE from the economic development reserve.
Sorry, not the reserve. Just economic development, sorry.
Okay. From economic development.
We pay for the expenses before we do a transfer to the reserve. If we write it like this, we have to
Do it back
do
and
the
forth.
work twice, so we don't want to do that, because Rick will be
So
going
from
like this.
economic development and cross off reserve? Okay, I'll take that as a friendly amendment. I think that this makes sense. The increase, while the requirement of all tourist homes to have a business license came from the Livability Task Force, it actually isn't an affordability or housing type initiative that would, I think, properly fall under the Livability Tax Program. And so I believe that those costs should be covered by or through economic development. And well, that's okay, because in one of the slides, Chelsea had mentioned that she had an extraneous tea. So you can borrow her tea. Yeah, there we go. So we are now tea neutral. Tea neutral. Yeah. Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Discussion around that motion.
So I'm in support of this. Actually, I just want to rewind. So we're making recommendations for council to receive too.
Yes.
That's what this is. Okay.
Yeah.
So I am definitely in agreement with this, in favor of this. You know, I would say that I'm happy that tourist homes are finally actually paying into the business registry, because quite frankly, they benefit from the work that ACDEV does, as well as TCK. So it makes sense that they are paying for what they benefit from directly, and that these dollars are aligned appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. I'll also move the middle one. In 2025, transfer $250,000 from the Livability Tax Program to the General Operating Reserve to reimburse the funds allocated to the Partners in Affordable Housing Project. Speaking to that motion, I think that makes a ton of sense, because this is about housing and about increasing affordable options. We don't know what will come of it, but it's well less than the cost of a single unit. And so if we get at least a single unit out of it, it's worthwhile, and I'm hoping we'll get more. But I think that this is an appropriate expense for the Livability Tax Program. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Go ahead, Wade.
I think when we were moving this original motion, if the Livability Task Force would have existed then I would have moved that we did exactly this at that point in time. So,
And I recall you brought that up at the time, too.
I may have. So yeah, makes a lot of support or ton of sense to me. I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'm going to, before we get to the amount of the Livability Tax Program, I'm going to put a different motion out there. And this is about the increase to the CCH levy. Can I just be reminded how much is being asked as an increase? I recall you told us before.
50 plus 35, is that right? 285?
Yeah.
I want to say the total, sorry, are we talking about the
The increase from the levy as it was to what it will need to be to cover their request.
What, I think what's challenging is it depends on how we answer that question, because last year the levy was increased to 700 from 450 to 7, but we funded it from a reserve. And I just can't remember right now which one. I think maybe tax stabilization.
Okay.
From the PAH reserve, thank you, which we do not recommend. We continue to do. That's not sustainable. So the 5.6 that Ms. Gibbons presented earlier today includes bringing that 250 in from taxes, and then their additional increase this year, which is 35,000.
Okay, so the total impact on the levy will see a $285,000 increase. Right, so what I would like to do is, I believe ultimately I'd like to see that increase amount be funded through the Livability Tax Program, but since we don't know all that's coming in and everything, I would like to see it, that amount this year covered by the tax stabilization reserve, and then in future years, have it covered by the livability tax program. So my motion would be that this year, coming up, the 2025 year, the increase to the CCH levy of $285,000 be funded from the tax stabilization reserve, and then this amount and any subsequent increases be considered as part of the livability tax program funded, or funded from the livability tax program. I don't know if that's perfectly clear or clear as mud.
Could I clarify? Sorry. The wording that you'd suggested, Mayor Krauser, would assume that any requests are automatically approved. Would we say any approved?
Any approved.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
any approved amounts come from the livability, funded from the livability tax program. So that's the motion, and, yeah.
So the vision, the goal is that in the future, that CCH requisition is funded by all taxpayers, with the livability tax class paying slightly a bit more than everyone else.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
so I would still keep that base as part of the levy, unless we decide at some point to just reduce it all, like eliminate it, or take it all part of the program, whichever way, but I'm just saying, keep it the same.
Yeah.
So no increase this year, just have it funded from a reserve, just like it was last year, but a different reserve. And then bring it within that amount plus any other approved increases as part of the livability tax program.
I think that this is, I'm leaning towards supporting it. I believe that the program, in terms of what the money should be used for, CCH's, the work that CCH does falls definitely within that scope. And then I think that the tax stabilization reserve is something that we can definitely be using this year to help manage what our final amount is. So I appreciate bringing a drawing for that, and this is a good purpose. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Graham?
I wonder if we can get the motion up on the screen. Is that possible? Just, thank you. And then I guess why not just go from the livability task force this year? Why pull that out of reserves this year as opposed to just
Well,
going for the
I
livability task force?
originally thought that, and when in a discussion some time ago about, I floated this idea, I seem to recall that, you know, before we start taking on an ongoing cost like that, we should have some track record of what comes in. And so that's why I was saying, just 1 year, we'll take it from reserve since we don't have a track record yet. And then we could have a better sense of what percentages it is of the overall amount collected, whatever we decide that is, going forward. So it's really just an interim measure until we actually have some data.
And the amount would be 285.
285. I know that whatever we approve, we're gonna
cover that
we're
285
gonna cover
easily.
285. So if the preference is of the committee to recommend to council that it all goes this year, I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment. Or if maybe you want to put that forward as a suggested amendment, and then we can discuss it, vote on it, and just know what we're ultimately deciding upon.
Sure, I'm just going to quickly read the room here on this one. Okay, let's finish up some discussion, and I'll consider whether or not I want to bring that as an amendment.
Councillor Mah?
Yeah, I'm just trying to just figure this all out of my head. Maybe a question for administration. What's our current amount in our tax stabilization reserve?
4.2 million.
4.2, 4.5, okay. 4.2, okay. And
So this will bring us just below 4.
4, okay. And are any like potential negative downstream effects if we pull it from this one, this reserve, from a bin? I guess that's where I'm trying to understand, like what I don't know. Yeah.
Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I was just curious, like, any, like, negative downstream effects if we pull the 285 from the tax stabilization reserve versus going straight out of the LTF?
So the tax stabilization reserve, I think as I tried to highlight in my first presentation, is only funded from kind of one time, like there aren't planned contributions to the tax stabilization reserve. So that would be the, I would say, one future consequence is we don't have budgeted replenishment of it anywhere. And so to the extent that we're using it for this, it's uncertain at what time it would be replaced. That would be the counterbalance versus the livability that is intended to have collection through the tax program every year.
The only thing I'd add to that is, and I'm just struggling a little bit with timing because there's more to come with operating and the affiliate presentations, but one of the options that we'll present to you in the operating section the next time we meet is to use the tax stabilization fund to reduce the tax draw this year. So
Yeah, I was just curious if there's other things that
everything
this might
Ms.
be
Gibbons
earmarked
has said
for.
is accurate, and we will present it to you as an option anyway. So it's not out of line with what we were presenting as an option.
Okay, all right.
So I think,
With what's up on the screen, and that this amount and any subsequent approved increase in future years yep, be funded from the Livability tax program. So that's the motion that's on the table. Yep.
Sorry, and remind me why we're making all of these recommendations now without seeing the big picture of the budget yet?
Well, we could hold off on this one. It's because the livability tax budget's gonna be coming to us on the 10th, ahead of other things.
Right.
And so I was wanting to deal with those
And
sort of things
that's
now, but this could wait as well.
Because
We want to
need
be able to hire staff. If we wait till February to approve this,
Right.
we can't hire any of the staff.
Okay, and I'm not, and this
yeah.
is not a question of,
Yeah.
of finger pointing, and that's because we waited and pushed the budget
That's
back.
right.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. All right, thanks. I'm just used to seeing the big
Yeah,
picture
no, it's good,
first.
it's fair. And you could wait to look at this motion later. I think the key thing we were wanting today for December 10th is the two motions that you've already made, and then a sense of where you're headed for the amount that you're looking to collect, so that we can bring that properly on
I'm
the 10th.
happy to withdraw this and save it for later if that's the preference, but Therese?
That would probably administratively be a bit easier. We need to clarify the 2026 amount, just how we word the motions
Okay.
and what we put in the motions does set direction for us moving forward. And so if it's possible to
Okay,
wait,
then
it
in
just
case-
gives us a little bit of time to.
Greg, you want, or
Clear it up.
Jeff, you want to say something?
That's a first.
Every so often I pull out the Greg. Nice. No, Greg's his dad.
yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say one with the wording, like, just, I like where you're going with it. It's just, I would have probably gone with above the 450, like just worded it differently, just so it's clear that that's what we're currently at, and then,
Sure.
just because when you just say 285, but then I look at this sheet, it's like 735, and it's like, well, is it on top of the 735, or is it on top of the, so, just, I got confused there. But again, I think I want to just wait a little bit, just because again, if we're pulling it out of the tax, or planning on doing it from the tax stabilization reserve, I don't think it matters if we do it now or
Sure,
later,
it
just
does-
because
Doesn't matter.
if it was coming straight out of the livability thing, then I'd be maybe more, okay, let's do that now, but because it's coming out of the tax, or your thought is to come out of that, I think it can
So
just
unless
wait until
anybody,
we have some more
unless
information.
anybody objects, I'm going to withdraw the motion, and we'll deal with it at a later date.
Okay.
Nobody objects? Okay, so then it doesn't even show up in the minutes. Yep. But note that it's coming.
Yeah.
Note that, it's coming, because it's on my list to bring as well.
And we can prepare a clearer option to show you what the requisition is, what the increased amount was, what the funding options are, and the impact of that
Okay.
on tax stabilization, so that you have the whole picture when you make that motion.
So as far as clarity, one of the things I would like to see when it comes back to us on December 10th for approval is I would like to see the municipal portion broken out from the education amount, just so we can see how much the municipal portion increases at each of the areas. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going back to a discussion. We don't need to arrive at it at today, although it helps with setting up for the 10th, we could come back on the 5th. Maybe in the discussion, we need to know more questions, or answers to more questions. But right now, then, let's turn our discussion to, we don't need to have a motion on the table just yet, but does anybody want to throw out their thoughts around the proposed amount?
Oh, my God.
It's so hard. No, it's not you, it's so hard.
There you go. So
She's
this
gonna figure it out just in time to retire.
ultimately would like to have the finance committee make a recommendation that will come back for the 10th. Doesn't mean that it will be approved on the 10th at that amount, but it gives us that discussion point here. What is currently recommended is a $9 million budget, which represents a 0.3% of assessed value for non-primary residential property. Would anybody like to share their thoughts on that recommendation, or if they're wanting to go a different route?
I feel like I understand that admin has provided us with this budget, and then there's this transfer to reserve line, which I understand is basically meant to be spent. So I feel like we're kind of doing this backwards. I feel like I would prefer to see what the first 3 years of expenditures would be and being strategic with those dollars, for instance. And I'm saying 3 years because I know that we do 2-year increments, but I think it's best to understand basic on 3 years and be strategic with those dollars. Like, so for instance, if we're looking at building a pedestrian bridge, we're not gonna build it in 2025. No, we're gonna do detailed design in 2025, and then in 2026, hopefully, we'll build it that year. So we'll need some dollars in 2025 and big dollars in 2026, right? Say we decide, and I'm just like lobbing, I don't even know if I agree with these ideas. I'm just lobbing things that I've heard around the table. Say we decide that we want to provide tax relief to non-market projects through this program. Some of those projects exist already, right? And we could retrieve those dollars from this pot of money from our taxation, general taxation, for non-market properties that exist. Some will not take occupancy until 2026. And so you won't need those dollars until so I feel like there's like this whole like fill the bucket game we need to play. Another example is, say we wanted to give 100 Palliser Lane some relief on off-site levies and use the livability tax as a vehicle for that. Well, that is not happening in 2025, or is it? Because they're requesting something different, or is that happening in 2026? So I just feel like instead of just like lobbing a number out there, that maybe we actually need to do some thoughtful work on what the first 3 years of what we
Sure.
immediately know look like. And I don't have that prepared right now.
Yeah, no, we're not expecting
Yeah,
you
yeah.
to. I mean, I think when we come on December 10th, we could bring some options of what the spend would look like. I guess for me, there's a bit of a distinction in what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
okay.
And I appreciate we haven't shared this with you because the process is a little bit backwards.
And I also understand that we don't actually fully get our full tax complement until July 1st of the year too. So big expenditures can't actually necessarily happen in the beginning of the year because.
But there's no shortage of
Yeah.
projects we could potentially spend this money on. In
I know,
fact,
I get
yeah.
it.
So, but we can show you some options of what that would look like. I guess the thing I would caution is this question of timing, and maybe this isn't what you were implying, but I just want to ask and be explicit about it. I was sort of reading in that you were suggesting the rate might change based on the year and what programs will or will not happen. And that, we know we don't want to go there. We'd prefer to set a rate and have a budget and collect it.
Yeah, oh,
and-
no, what I'm
Okay.
saying is that so maybe the number is 40%, maybe, or 0.4, maybe the number is 0.3, sorry, I nearly gave everybody a heart attack, my apologies, including myself.
Yeah,
Like when you build a budget, and municipalities are not like households in any way, shape, or form, and I understand that. But when you build a budget, you kind of go with like the things that you need to push certain things forward and what year you're gonna need them in. So like I know that my kid needs to go to university in 2026. So I am going, but I don't need to spend those dollars until 2026, but I need to make sure I have them in the bank and save up. So that's, I guess, I feel like
So
we're lobbing a number out there, but we don't actually know what we want to spend it
So
on.
I don't think we're lobbying, but I hear what your point is, and I'm going to suggest something. Because we have a budget.
Yes, we have this budget.
And it includes.
It's
and
this
it-
number here that I don't
yeah,
know what we're gonna do with.
Exactly, so it already includes some of the things you
Yeah.
said, like the tax thing.
Yeah.
So what that number is going to be, these sorts of things, this list. But you want more specifics, because it's going to be those things.
Oh, yeah, I would like more, that's
Yeah,
not very
so-
specific.
Well, it'd be these sorts of things is what that reserve, like, it's basically a
Yes.
savings account to cover these sorts of things. And so you would like to see some more recommendations to have that actually built out some more.
And strategic.
Yeah, so what I think needs to happen is that we need to, and maybe we can't do this before the 10th, but coming to us for the 10th, we need to have an idea of different projects, how they might roll out over time, even though they're not costed yet. And then get council's direction as to what would be included in that budget and covered by those amounts. And it's at that time, based on the projects coming forward, that we could properly assess the amount, whether it's a 0.3 or a 0.35 or a 0.4 or a point, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I think that that's a very good suggestion, is to have more detail around that. Granted, the detail is limited, but maybe for each one of these types of things, it's like what this could look like. Some of it might just be a fund that you could then draw upon based on future projects. So CCH's next project is going to be something that's not costed, but we are building up a fund that we can draw from, and it may not be a certain amount over each year. And some of it also might be a fund to provide or to potentially buy units if that could be put into it, or land. So there could be funds, but there could be things like an accessory dwelling unit program. Okay, what if it was, I don't know, pick a number, $250,000 a year going forward? And so then that becomes a more defined thing rather than just the generic.
Yeah, and I guess for me, like, putting an accessory dwelling, an ADU program in place is great, but we, I think, know that the last one didn't have as much uptake as it could have based on a couple of factors. So that means either the town's going to take over the ADU incentive fund, or we're gonna lob it back at CCH and they're going to do it. Either way, I'm unconcerned. But depending on who's going to do it will depend on what year that comes forward. If it comes forward in 2025 or if it comes forward in 2026. And so I feel like that there's a, just like administration brings us a budget, and in particular in my mind, I think of a capital plan is what actually comes to light, where we see year after year, oh, we're gonna think about this, and then we're gonna do a feasibility study, and then we're gonna implement based on, like, I would like to see that kind of strategy laid out. And maybe it's just a straight line, X number of dollars for an ADU fund every single year until perpetuity, like, fine. But,
I feel like we get it.
Okay.
I feel like we get it.
Okay.
Yeah, is there something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I mean, this is a reserve concept. You
Yeah.
also know we have reserve balances that aren't allocated, and we have to build funds in order to be able to do work.
Yes.
So there is a bit of chicken and egg. We can certainly
But I think
give
there's
some estimates about specifics here, but part of the challenge is do we bring a bunch of projects to you before we know that even where you're intending to go? That takes a lot of work.
Yeah, no,
And
I
so,
understand that. Yeah, and that makes sense.
We can come back with a bit more information. A lot of it is timing as well, depending on when certain requests come from certain people. Things like Partners in Affordable Housing kind of came out of the blue. Like, we hadn't planned that, we hadn't anticipated that. And I think our intention in bringing this forward with flexibility was to allow for you to be responsive to things that come up that we couldn't necessarily plan. So
And I
that's how we
agree.
were.
I think I'm looking for a blend of being responsive and being strategic and forward-thinking simultaneously. That's all.
Okay, so Tanya's been waiting.
No, I think the discussion kind of represents some of the concerns that had been holding me back on prior decision points. I find myself, though, the more I think about the Livability program, I can definitely see, like, I do support what we're doing, and I think that this is a really important point in time, because it comes down to what is our philosophy around this taxation. Because it's not a fairness tax. It's as if you go by the principles of fairness and taxation, everyone pays equally. We're getting more into it. This is definitely a progressive tax, right? And we're asking a segment of the property owners in our community to pay a bit more to address a situation that exists because they, as a segment, exist. But what is their contribution towards the solution? Is their contribution towards addressing our livability issue the full amount of what we need to do, or is it a proportion of the amount? And then so then the question of all of the things that would be in a strategic plan over a 5-year period and all those amounts, do we take all those amounts and try and fit them into this program? Or do we set this program up and at a percentage and say that we believe that this group, that this taxation segment should be paying this amount? And I like that admin had it not going up, that it was consistent, because I think that fits in line with that. What I'm trying to articulate is the principle of how we should be setting this rate. Is this not necessarily based on all of the total amount of what we need to do, but it's a contribution amount of what we need to do. And so I don't know what that is, but to start, I would rather start conservatively. And I think that.
So what I hear you saying is that an important part of it, of the philosophy, is determining whether this contribution towards projects is 100% coverage of things, or let's say, okay, 50% is going to be covered by this group and the other 50% is the community as a whole.
Yeah.
Or through,
There will be
through
under other
grants
funding sources.
or grants or other sorts of things, right?
And I don't want it to become a punitive thing, right?
No.
Right, so if we set the tax rate too high, then,
Yeah.
yeah.
What I think that we're trying to do is definitely not taking a punitive approach, but taking something that's going to have impact. It has to be impactful. We can't collect so little that it actually doesn't make a difference, and we can't collect so much that it becomes punitive. Right? It has to find that impactful spot. Okay, and so we had Wade and then Jeff. Unless you didn't have anything.
Yeah,
was
no,
just
I
looking
did,
for
but
I can go if you want. We're going to vote the same anyway.
go ahead. You know what I'm thinking already, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, and so just for the record, for the viewers at home,
Exactly.
that was a reference to a letter to the editor.
It was erroneous.
that indicated that these two councillors always vote the same, which is actually not true.
Yeah. Yeah, that was sarcasm. Thank you, Mayor. So on my end, I can understand where Joanna's talking about, where we're trying to get more pieces that we're trying to put in. And I know in a perfect world, we could get that granular. I think for myself, there's probably a couple biggies that we could probably around this table agree upon, that these are big things that we want to do, whether they're project specific. Perhaps 100 Palliser, getting that to launch could be the sort of thing. And so if I had a better idea of some of the bigger domino pieces, that could give me enough comfort to start moving closer and closer towards what we want to set on for rate. And when I think when we were looking at some of just like the projects that have been listed and the amount of funding, personally, right now, I'm already comfortable at 0.3. And depending on what those dominoes that we need to push, how big those are and how impactful they could be with time, I could probably go up as well. Not to the point where it's punitive, so it's just understanding that part. So that's where I'm at right now.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Do you have anything you wanna-
That's exactly what I was going to say.
All right.
But yeah, no, having that capital list, I think, kind of gives us an idea of where we kind of need to be, and I do feel like we're kind of just picking a number out of the air at this point in time with the information that we currently have. So I too would like to see
Yeah,
that
so
capital.
a little bit more information of how it might be carved up, recognizing some of it might just be purely, this is a savings fund for this type
Absolutely.
of thing. This is actually for this project.
Yes.
You know, and, you know, a little bit more of that, so that we have more definition around it.
Just a little bit more meat on the bone of this one.
Okay, and with that information, we'll have a better sense as to whether the recommended 0.3 is, looks to be sufficient and as Councillor Moss said, reaches a comfort level, or if it has to be something different. I do think that the information provided today as to what that will look like as a tax bill is helpful, and if that
Yes.
could be broken down into the municipal and education portion,
Yep.
that's really helpful, and including the explanation as to why the tourist home and the non-residential are different, because they're supposed to be the same, but it's because of the education.
And I do have the municipal only now,
Yeah.
if we wanted to look at that today.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna be necessary for
Okay,
today,
perfect.
because we're not gonna be making a decision today, but it should be provided when we have the other information towards making a decision. Ms. Roy?
I just wanted to provide a little context. A couple of folks have mentioned 100 Palliser. At this point, we're still working with CCH on what the town's portion of that would be, but we're looking in the neighborhood of $12 million. So it's in excess of,
Yeah.
so it kind of speaks to why we need to build a fund, so that when requests like that come, we have a way to
Right.
potentially fund them if you choose to use that type of a reserve for that. So
if
just
if
some
let's say,
information.
I'm just picking a number out of it, so let's say half of the reserve amount went to a fund for projects, keeping in mind that, for example, we do know that this project was 12 million, future examples will arise that has a similar ask or has some sort of ask like that, right? Okay. Do you have something else you wanted to add?
I think all I wanted to comment, and what I was saying to Jeff early, just a few minutes ago, was the fact that the CCH board had to defer their meeting by 2 weeks, and we're meeting on Thursday, and if we'd been able to have our meeting when we had originally meant to have our meeting, and this is not blame on anyone, this is just the way the universe was spinning, that we probably would be a bit more prepared and be able to provide better input.
Scheduling's
From
been
2 or
hard
3 of
on
us.
lots of fronts,
Yeah.
so it's,
I know,
it's fine.
and-
And I'm completely confident, I'm completely confident that we can, by December 10th, bring back numerous options for, that this fund won't be able to cover for projects
Yeah.
that are completely relevant to, I'm not worried about it at all.
Oh, no, and
Yeah, so it's not resting on a CCH
No,
board
no, I
meeting
know.
at
I
all,
just thought
yeah.
that we'd be able to give more.
For me, just all those other comments were great, but I also look at it that personally, I want to keep it below the tourist home amount, because I feel like that's a totally different beast. Tourist homes can be rented out. It's essentially commercial, so it makes sense for them to be the higher rate. So my main thing is just, I want it to be below. How much below? Yet to be, again, I think it is part of this is gonna be, yeah, we're gonna have to just pick a number, and it might be that we adjust it going forward, or it might just be that it happens to work, great, or it might be that you might have to adjust it up or down depending on how we see it. But again, there are so many things that we could do that, again, I think some in this room would probably feel that 9 million is not nearly enough, and some might feel that it's going to be the perfect amount to start with, or it could be that, oh, we only need 5 or something. Like, again, I think in some ways, we just have to pick a number, and it just is the way the beast is right
budget
now,
with it.
because
Yeah.
it's
So
just
this
where we're
is-
sitting at, and it's a new program.
Yeah.
We don't have all the information we want, and we're not going to have it probably right away anyways. There's so much we could do. And then, again, the fact that some of this, it could be that we, purchase property and stuff. Well, we all know how expensive it is here, so 9 million ain't gonna get you much. So, again, I feel like at some point, worst case, yeah, we're gonna have to just pick a number, and
So
it
this
is what it
yes,
is.
so this is a source of funding.
Yeah.
It's not, we couldn't possibly expect that it would be
Sole
the
source,
entirety of funding for
Exactly.
everything that we'd ever need. It's to be impactful on the journey forward. With regards to what you said around the tourist home amount, all I can say is ditto.
Nice.
Could administration please put up the slide we had earlier this afternoon with where the tourist home rate was? Because then I can start mentally bracketing between the two scales.
So you're looking at 0.4 comes up, is the closest one that remains underneath it.
Right, because tourist home is, okay. All right. I'm sorry, Therese?
Tourist home is 6,803, and that .4 is 6555.
And there's room, like if 0.3 is 9 and 0.4 is 12, obviously 0.35 is 10.5. Right? So it could be nuanced.
Yeah, but I feel we're starting to bracket a little bit, just
Yeah.
by even having that conversation that the Hilly brought up about the tourist home piece.
That's Councillor Hilly.
Councillor Hilly, yeah. Yeah,
Councillor Greg Hilly.
Greg Hilly.
Greg Franklin Hilly.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I know you have to run right away here. Is there any more conversation on this? Okay, so I saw from CAO that you've got it. You understand this conversation, the type of detail that we need further. I don't think a motion's needed unless you would like one.
I think
Okay.
we do just want to confirm your first motion. Can you put your other slide up? Yes. And sorry, thank you. I think we're still looking for the first motion, right? And then, so you could, if you want, you could tack something onto that says, and a plan for how it'll be spent for the next 3 years, or you can just do that and we'll
Okay,
also
so
bring
the
the plan.
problem is I think that's the problem that Joanna first spoke to. Yeah. And that's like, and then Tanya did, and I'm seeing, it's tough for us to say that unless we sort of know what it looks like when things are split out. And so, I think that this very well may come down to deciding on December 10th when we get the information. And we have
Go ahead.
And we have a sense of what could be, what sort of funding might be needed, and then we can debate the amount. Does anybody think differently than that?
At the end of the day, I don't think much differently than that. That would definitely be my preference. At the end of the day, these are recommendations to council. So sorry, it's December 10th as council is deciding, right? So we could give them a number and they could go away and put together the budget for that number, and then we could essentially actually increase it or decrease it on December 10th. I don't know if that would be loved by admin, but if they, that's,
I was going to suggest, I think we can pull this together by December 5th, this
Yeah.
list for you to consider.
Great.
And then we'll build in on the agenda for December 5th, another discussion about this with additional information that could then potentially set up a better discussion for December 10th.
December 5th, Finance Committee.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to set any expectations in the community as to what this is going to be or may not be. I don't want to pick a number until we have a better idea what the dartboard looks like.
and we'll have more information on Thursday.
Cool, and that's great.
Next Thursday. Next Thursday.
No, CCH
Oh,
Thursday.
CCH will
yeah.
have more information. Okay. All right. Anything else then on this? Okay, so there'll be more information coming back to us for the December 5th Finance Committee meeting so that we can continue this conversation. Excellent. I think that was a very good conversation, and it was needed, and we've moved a few more steps down the road, but we still have some steps to go. So with that, then, I will move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. You're welcome.